ينتصر. حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الإبداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو. Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Finals. My name is Holland Wolf and of course joined with me the one and only Professor Tarzan. It is day 2 and also a nod to our beautiful sponsor as always in our second day of the Renault 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Renault 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports Middle East and Africa 2021. Tarzan, we have had 6 matches so far, but now we're going straight into the next 6. It's a marathon, as we said, but an exciting marathon so far.
I think it's about a mentality sometimes, right? We've got 6 matches per day. We've got 18 in total. And halfway through today means that we'll be halfway through the finals. And that is actually a very scary thought, like if we didn't use it well. And but you know what? Like some of these teams have been extremely surprising and we've been liking it.
Let's take a little bit of a deeper look, but already, of course, at our teams. So inside the final starts down, it's going to be our top 16. Unfortunately, we had to say adios to Road to Glory, Revolution, and Sights, who did not make it to the finals, but the rest of the 16 are here. And of course, it has been pretty darn scary for, I think, a lot of upsets when it comes to these teams. Already, you talk about the likes of Cryptics, who have been really the team to surprise us the most. And in 4 of their games, they've scored no less than at least a 3rd place.
I mean, this team, they didn't do that well, right? When we talk about them comparing to the rest of the teams that played all Super Weekends, they kind of like from the 2nd or 3rd, from the bottom, then that is not very impressive. But of course, it's not just them. We also have YaLLa Esports that's literally at the bottom there when it comes to all the teams that played 45 matches in Super Weekends, and they actually have come in strong as well from yesterday.
Albeit though, Cryptics on top. We've also got a little bit of a few other teams on top, and we're going to have to hold on that drama for a little bit because we've got to talk about these points and how these teams have got on top. Of course, 1st place goes 15 points, 1 kill equals 1 point, as always, Tarzan. Easy maths for my simple doggo brain, as always, but albeit when you get down to that 13-16 position, the problems have been caused for some of even the top teams where they haven't been earning any points so far.
It's been very, very tricky, I'd say. I think one team that we really have to mention again and again would be Galaxy Racer. We don't expect them to be at where they are, although it's not bad at all, right? Like at 7th place, 43 points, but we are looking at them getting 10 points plus per game. And right now, they're not hitting that mark at all. They're averaging, let me do that quick math. You know what? I'm not very good at that today, but around 6-7 points. And that is honestly not so great.
I mean, it's pretty poor, to be fair, considering how dominant they looked. And they're going to have to, of course, do better in our 6 matches today. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok sandwich, as always, going to be doubled up for a double-decker sandwich. It's my favorite here because I'm a very hungry boy as well. And we're going to be able to grab our still 6 juicy games of action. But also, to be honest with you here, Tarzan, as well, Sanhok, probably the map that, quite honestly, has caused the most problems for these teams.
I think the problem also came from teams actually making adjustments that were pretty good. We talk about Twisted Mind no longer hot dropping against YaLLa Esports, and to be fair, seems like that has been doing them great for YaLLa. But Twisted Minds, yes, they've got occasionally a good game or two, like the Sanhok map that you talk about. They actually hunted down some of those top teams. So we want to see maybe further adjustments coming through, only if it's sensible. Yeah, we talk about making adjustments where it's appropriate, also the amount that they can actually handle and execute.
Of course, they need to execute well because they're not anywhere near the top of our leaderboard, Tarzan. $10,000 is where you get to the top, being in 1st place. And You can see the money drops just a little bit here down towards second and third, even more so where, of course, Twisted Minds currently sat in 13th. They obviously only get $1,750. So a lot more to be taken up for them, and a lot more, I think, for some of these other teams who, of course, have surprised us through the tournament. And we'll discuss all of this drama through the rest of this second days, as we said. But also, to be honest with you here, Tarzan, it's quite scary in how it has played out in the first day, particularly because not only was it Galaxy Racer who struggled, but I think also some of the other teams who we expected to be on top, not so much, actually. As we said, Sanhok causing problems for the likes of even teams like RICO Infinity, and also even to an extent YaLLa, who both performed poorly. A 10th and 13th position finish for YaLLa, and a 15th and 12th position on these games for RICO Infinity as well.
Not easy for sure. Like, we're talking about maybe coming in when you know it's a clean slate. Not every team can use that to their advantage. Sometimes they would just feel like, okay, we just need to do it like from the top again. We've fought for all these games, and suddenly it's like with our points gone, and suddenly you don't get the luxury to screw up having any buffer of points. We're talking about teams like iKURD Triple as well. They were that team that we liked watching. They've got so many of those players actually making it to kind of the top of those like damage charts, or like stat wise, they've been amazing. But now sitting at 15th place, 17 points after those 6 games. That's looking a little bit dire. I mean, it all started with that game 1, right? Like when they rotated past Rozok, getting caught off guard. That's kind of also how Cryptics started their run of the day as well, and they're now sitting at top. You know what? The points difference is actually so small that anything can happen.
Unfortunately for it, it's going to have to be a case of these teams improving. But we're going to go to a quick ad break where we're going to discuss all these teams, stars, and even more. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Mr. DJ.
Like this.
We're back here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals. As always, myself, Alan Wolf, and Tarzan here, joined with you for the second day of action. And Tarzan, as we said, it is going to be a little bit of a scary one here for some of these teams. Honestly, though, I also want to jump into, as you mentioned, Galaxy Racer. And Galaxy Racer, who, albeit coming from the league stage, the best team out there, man. But even better than last time in season 1. But now they're coming in here, they're a little bit dodgy when it comes to their performance. And I would actually argue here that, to be honest, Galaxy Racer, is it because they're changing the way that their playstyle is working? Or is it because they just cannot simply handle the pressure that is being exerted from other teams above them?
It's really hard to answer that question. I would say pressure is always one thing, right? But when you look at those like comms that they have in the videos and all that from the tournaments, they actually don't sound all that stressed. Or should I say, they don't sound like they lack confidence at all. It's about the game plan. It's about how sometimes they're almost like their heads are stuck in a particular hole that they can't get out, forcing them to play certain styles that lack certain flexibility when we really need them to have that. And so that is a little bit of a concern, like if you do ask me, because we're looking at this point stacking up from seasons 1 through now season 2, looking for that one team to represent the region to play at the global championship. Some of these plays that we are seeing are not very impressive. Or to be fair, it's highly punishable for the highest tier teams right now. So there are things for them to fix. But if you ask me, I still do have that confidence in them. And last finals, Highland Wolf, it was actually halfway through the second day when they start to come back so strong that they take these chicken dinners like 20 kills, 22 kills. So I'm waiting for that type of stuff.
Waiting for it indeed. And when you talk about these high games, of course, we also talked about the rest on board who have been successful, who have surprised. And I think YaLLa probably the shocker when it comes to the beginning of the finals. We thought they looked pretty strong. Of course, say games 1 and 2 took dominant second place and a victory. But when we look at the rest of their games coming into that end of the first day and into the night, actually, they slipped a little bit. As we said, one of those teams who struggled was Sanhok, and I think that could be said actually giving away the lead because they had a 20-point lead very early on, but actually ended up being knocked down into third place.
Yeah, consistency, right? We always talk about it. And I think it's also about getting caught off guard in the weirdest way. When YaLLa Esports was so used to getting hot dropped with Twisted Minds, both in Saint Martin and in boot camp, they now got boot camp to themselves, and they couldn't make use of that. Of course, circles were a little bit harsh. It's really through that quarry side that we say can be very dangerous, very scary. But it's also sometimes, I don't know, like it's just not being used to, like not having that type of that phase of the game to think about those things, and suddenly you get a little bit lost. But on the other hand, seems like they know how to make use of the adjusted drop coming into Picardo in Miramar and pushing away FalconsEsport, a team that dropped in Picardo almost every single time we've seen them, and now forced to go to La Cabrera, very, very far and very, very different type of early game that we're seeing here in this lobby.
I think honestly, though, when you look towards the rest of these teams, also those on the bottom, quite frankly, it has been a little bit scary coming through from, I think, even likes of the aggressive teams from league stage, like Galaxy Racer, but also Twisted Minds, who we mentioned have struggled with also changing potentially their play style. I think the pressure really clearly getting to them because not only Twisted Minds down there on the bottom, but also another one of those aggressive teams with iKURD.
I say iKURD is definitely one of those, right? Like Erangel, we've seen the issues already. In these two other maps, is they haven't found the particular style, right? They don't play a dominating position for now, and that is honestly worrying. We could see the teams full of these fraggers like Gallagher, Ali. We've seen them, through the seasons, and something is bothering them almost. They seem to can't struggle to wrap games up. We still remember in the Super Weekend, man, like some of these end game chokes were real. It's actually almost embarrassing when you look at it. Of course, there's so many things that could happen, maybe like comms issues, like almost wouldn't say like a voice bug or whatnot, but these things are part of the game, right? So you need to come up with a plan B and still deal with it anyway. So that is one team, but we look at some of these others which were giving us some pleasant surprises. Now coming back in to struggle in a similar way that we're used to. For example, like KURD squad, they've got these games where they did so well in the third Super Weekend. They've taken away like K12's maybe drop spot and try to, adjust from it or whatnot. Now this team is back, right? After skipping that last Super Weekend and start to push KURD squad back again, like back to the comfort. But that comfort's doing them no good, to be fair.
Yeah, I think honestly, though, when you look towards potentially K12, yes, down on the dirt, but I think it is down to, again, aggression and the way that these teams are playing around that aggression, because you can see a lot of the mistakes coming from these teams, Tarzan, is happening in the early game to the mid-game stage where they aren't actually setting themselves up properly for success. And it's, again, positioning rather than team fighting, which I think is a problem. Yes, it's easy to actually, of course, go in and be like, yeah, you suck at team fighting. But honestly, it's not as simple as that, because you've got to really look down at what was the problems coming up to that team fight. And that is, again, where we say the problems have really been exerted.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? Like it's like almost in life, you need to look back a little bit to learn from like VOD reviews and all that. But all they have to focus on from there onwards is to have digested those, come up with some sort of a plan, like to really condense all of that and just focus on the game in front of them. It's so easy to just do one thing and say, "Don't do that. Remember this and this and that." Like that happen. It's not the time for that. Right? Sometimes that is the hard thing with team play as well. Is to keep everything still clean together, like cool, and then just play your best game. But sometimes this is the issue towards the end of the tournament. We said it's the beginning of the end, but for them, it's like it's been a long time coming. It's a whole month long. The Pro League is a test of skill, is a test of adaptation. We talk about mental. It's also about self-management. We talk about burnout, like self-care. All these stuff are so very relevant.
Also, though, when it comes to the length of his tournament, as you said about consistency coming through that and about burnout, I think also very wise to mention, to be honest, Tarzan, that isn't just about the mentality state of, well, are you burned out or not? It is about how you're improving. And that's something that we've also seen from teams. Yes, you can burn out, but you can also improve through the rest of this tournament. And that's something that when you look back to some of these top teams, of course, like Fate, like Cryptics, who are at the top of that leaderboard, they have got there because they may have not been the cleanest through league stage. They may not have been the cleanest in week 1, maybe week 2. But when they come in to the future then of week 3 and into the finals, that's where we start to see their strength. And I think it has been those teams who we praise for coming up closer towards the finals who have been performing better, and even to an extent in that top part of the leaderboard, NASR too, who, despite, yes, a few hiccups along the road of yesterday's games, have probably actually given us the best team fighting we've actually seen really all finals so far.
I have not knocked my head this hard for a while. They were extremely clean. But of course, it's about setting the scenes, right? Playing the macro game to set themselves up for more of that type of fighting so that we don't only get to enjoy, they get to see the fruits, the points that came through from that as well. It's actually quite interesting now that you said that. NASA and Galaxy Racer, yes, they were extremely strong before, but they are not quite at the top, but still just kind of below those teams that had a blast of a day. And in those top 5, I really have to mention and give a shout out to NASR Esports. It's the first chicken dinner when we look at super weekends or whatnot. 45 games, no, honestly, 30 games only. They missed one super weekend. So, but that last game yesterday, gave them a huge boost. And my small question mark that I always have is, how do these teams use what happened yesterday to potentially fuel the performance today? And Cryptics and SUDOR Esports arguably a bit euphoric from what happened yesterday. Like huge wins, important games, and whether that can send them onto the right path a little bit too far, too fast and furious and off the cliffside, we don't know. But we've got 2/3 of games to still go through. I'm very, very excited to see even at every stage Highland Wolf. I didn't always say that because sometimes I would feel like is those early games, is those drops again, is not going to be quite exciting, but it's proof that we're going in for a little bit of a change, a little bit of a treat.
And do you also want to see them more? Because there are some teams where we kind of expected or we hoped that would actually be able to improve coming into the finals who haven't actually had so much of a glorious performance. I mean, one of those teams, of course, that speaks out to me would be Falcons, who looked very dominant in PMPL Season 1, right? Inside the league stage, came to the finals, not so pretty. The same thing, though, happening again here inside the finals of Season 2, where Falcons, they actually are again struggling, and it seems like they just can't really shake off these troubles that they've been having.
I think it's also due to their drop spot. In a way, we've got some quite southern playing paths, especially on like Miramar, and that is not, kind of what they want. They've been jumping to some different places, push away from Picardo, now start in Los Leones. In one of those games, went to like already on the other one. They play off north as well on Erangel, so Yasnaya is not easy to reach sometimes, like for the southern playing path. And when we look at that stat, really, across all the 16 teams, they've got the lowest placement point yesterday. 7 points when we have teams like at 8 or 9, but it was the 24 points they got from kills that keep them at that 11th place. So they do know how to play some edge style. And to be fair, I think when it comes to psychology of teams and players, you'd rather have 24 kill points than 24 placement points when we talk about the mix of those 31 points, because that at least make you feel like you have the ability to fight. You can half blame it on circles, on shifts and luck, and that can somehow help you sometimes.
Albeit it's got to help them now in the second day, because of course we are running out of games to play for these teams. They've got to be able to perform if they want to get well into position for day 3 and beyond. But also, to be fair, when we jump into this first game here, the teams that also excite me, quite frankly, who I think could really step up, particularly if we've seen them already at least once, was Triple Vibes, but even to an extent, but ABIAH Tarzan, because in Erangel, I think that was where we saw Triple Vibes really step up, and I'm hoping that them and ABIAH, who we have seen, I have seen good games come from them on this map, happen once more.
Yes, it was that week 3, right, for both teams, but right now everything's gone. Yes, we've got 1 day down, 2 more to go. This is day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. We start off north to dissect the map. We start from Stelber, and this is going to be an important one. We talk about setting the pace, we talk about tempo, we talked about vault reviews yesterday coming in with a clear plan if need be, and this is the start of the battle.
Start of the battle, already a different playing path for day 2 though, Tarzan. That playing path going to go down from the north, this time again to the western side of the south end of this island, and towards Quarry and Primorsk. I think something that we haven't really been able to touch up on so much of these teams, because they all seem to love the eastern side. I mean, we need to show some love equally to every portion of these maps, and I am intrigued to see how teams handle these next shifts coming through, particularly if we do start to see different shifts of zones, because again, we've seen only the same test in Erangel from day 1. It was eastern sides.
I think it's very interesting. Like, I'm actually thinking about one team at this exact moment, and that is SUDOR Esports. They love going to Novo. When they can't go there, they opt in for Lipovka. So where do they even go now? Third drop spot will be that western coastline. I don't disagree with it. I actually find that a great place to loot. It can allow you to really hunt some of these teams down as well. When we talk about Real Tiger 9, that is a team that you want to think about when you drop towards that side. It's also Triple Vibes that you can kind of punish, because they are that Gatka team that have been punished before by actually SUDOR themselves in Mini Gatka. So now that adaptation came through, Vibes almost don't expect that, but with this split, they should be able to pick that up as we have that Phase 1 circle going to the southeastern side. The bottom right half is completely empty, and the entry paths are going to be quite interesting. The pacing is always the name of the game. And right now, of course, the middle bit, we've got teams liking to take those up, since forever, and a lot of drop spots coming through that has been very, very textbook for some of these teams.
Again, though, it's already going to be a eastern shift, or already the 3rd time out of 3 of this final so far, and we talked about it last time. I'm going to talk about it again, Tarzan. You've got to be able to fix your mistakes. And something that we have seen, I think the most obvious real mistakes we kind of talked about coming through the mid game was around this southwestern side. I mean, K12, Lusail, as you can see in the map, same drop spots, kind of as always, but I want to see something different come through, particularly from Lusail and K12 here, because Lusail really rotating slightly late could have easily been punished by all of these more western teams. There's a lot more of them now, but also to the extent that K12 not punishing teams on that western side themselves.
Yeah, I mean, K12 have been playing a position that can actually punish multiple teams, but we haven't seen them do that. And that is the key issue right now. And they actually can enter to some of these small mountains along that southern main road, close to the shoreline, but they haven't properly done that. They can punish Lusail that likes going through a Western Bridge, haven't done that either. And what else have they not done? Get more points than they need, right? And they were that team that were very reliant on placement points. In the previous games, they missed out on the loss of a weekend, so they get to just sit and watch and test and plan. So I wonder whether they can bring what's needed to the table. Like so far, there's no huge impressive plays from the squad yet, and I really want that to change.
It's got to change now, as we said, second day. We've seen 6 games already. Right now, we're coming into 7th match 12, and of course, again, only 6 games tomorrow to play. So there is opportunities running out. I think, though, for these teams, there is hope, to be fair, even at the bottom, because when we saw the leaderboard, it's not one team running away, right? It's very tight towards the top of this leaderboard so far. I mean, you can see it at the top of the screen, Starsn as well. 83 points at the top for Cryptics, but then only 5 points down to 4th place. You only start seeing the drops between 5th to 8th realistically. But again, if you can have 1-2 big games, we said yesterday at the end, you can really start to ramp yourself back up.
Early fights may happen right here, and the ramp up starts now, I'd say. For a team like Triple Vibes, they've been playing around this area without much early clashes, and that is nice for them, but it's also not so great for the teams that want to play dominantly. And they actually got some early info on and now coming in with the number advantage against maybe this one solo player. Clever, SUDOR, we talked about them making this adjustment. It's now about the battle of support, not even the battle. I mean, the support is already here from Triple Vibes, and this is great. They know the art and importance of singling out these solo players.
I just want to see them coming together, though, Tarzan, because we will see the mistakes all too often. The beautiful quadra kills coming from teams who try to go in for the push onto the solo player, but we don't go in as a squad and actually we just get an 1v1 situation. It doesn't work out so pretty for them. We seem to be making that mistake potentially once more again. And Clever, as you maybe predicted here myself as well, but they just lose a player already, and it feels so bad for Triple Vibes. Predicting the mistake, it then happens, and now Toxin left in the open, but can they really come together as a team and re-aggress?
This is extremely tough to watch. I think it's about, yes, soloing the solo player is great, but it's about the support angle that you think about. Like, SUDOR can just capitalize on this so hard. You can see the Overwatch over there to the bottom left already on that mini-map. So Clever is buying some time, actually so much time, and got that one kill already as well. But here comes the trade, but also the support gets the knock.
Yeah, slight mistake there. Clever could have actually healed back up. Maybe we'd survive versus Erangel, but as you said, support there. Came through with a knock. Toxin defense, another knock back, though, also onto Alshmari. So actually, it's going to be 2 down equally, but none dead so far for SUDOR. That's the crucial part, whereas Triple Vibes, they are only a duo, and they are completely separated. The shots go a little bit wide for now. Sight can't quite find Toxin, and he does get away, but really, Toxin, it is time to flee the scene, because there is nothing really that he can do to help his fallen comrade now, surely inside this building. Erangel, he seems like a lost cause.
So much of that team fight, so much of the right stuff that SUDOR's done is where we couldn't see. You know, we saw him solo, but it's about what he said that allowed the support to came in from a very good angle as well. So they might not be dropping this area so often, but they for sure know the map. They for sure know how to come in and guard those angles. No one from Triple Vibes earlier can really push into that shack without feeling the pain. And Triple Vibes once again struggle. The bottom team don't have a good start of this day 2 once again.
Simple mistakes, simple fixes, Tarzan. It comes down to that coming into game 2. But as you said, rightly so, we're now losing another game's worth of points. Realistically, we're going to need a miracle to be able to step up to get inside of those final few phases. We've seen it before as well. NASR driving right in on towards the rest of iKURD Triple Esports, and will be punished for it. Miracle a little bit too hasty in his footwork to the top of the hill, and actually Kanaka should be able to punish this one as well. We'll actually find a first, and Hassan now tries to go in for the support, but with Helmet there, he can't continue to push, and NASR as well going to lose one. It's all about these early rotations that he seems to trying to make, but again, when you look at the playing path, Tarzan, there's so many teams on the western side, you've got to be able to respect that. It's not as quiet as it was last time around when yesterday we had the eastern side shifts of the plane.
But this was great, right? When we talk about iKURD Triple, there were that team around Watertown that came in quite late before, but with a little bit of a center circle, they came into this Potato Hill so nicely at the time that really punished the team NASR. NASR knows that area quite well. They've actually had some of the biggest rotations into here with those big games, getting them chicken dinner money for Super Weekend as well. So iKURD, with the pacing, actually allowed them to push them away and get rewarded with a kill. But this shift going to the south side is tricky. It allows some time for Lusail to think whether we should cross or not. But after all, it's a little bit like red and black with that bet, because yes, there's a lot of water, and if you just can't come in early enough, you just get choked on that part. But you know what? The most spicy thing that can still happen is a sudden shift. But we talk about Galaxy Racer and the struggle. Oh man, this has already started with the top fragger going out.
It's happening again, no, 2 down already, Tarzan. Galaxy Racer, we cannot catch a break. 2 Vives are not going to be able to catch a break either. Toxin and will be then to confirm through by SUDOR. But that also goes down to Azrael, so we have seemed to find themselves back together again. And as a happy duo, they take a 1-for-1 trade, but maybe not so beautiful because now Freak also left on their own for Galaxy Racer 2 on the outskirts. You can see Red Roof also went down to them to a solo situation. All of these teams, they're trying to circle around the edge of the coastal line. Is this the best idea though? Because quite frankly, you could be looking towards these bridges. This is still a 50-50 zone.
Is a very 50-50. It's so hard. Like for some of these teams, it's not even 50-50 because with the numbers advantage coming through, it's going to be just about, you know, surviving for a little bit. But Kalaga doesn't make it through. That is this type of circle forcing teams to go close to the coastal line. Don't want to be the last team to cross if it ever goes south, and that would be the issue right there. But you know what? I'm going to ask you a question, right? Where would you go if you were some of these teams? But okay, we are in, how should I say, intrinsically cheating because we've got the map.
Oh,
okay, we've got the mini map. But for you, okay, let's try and think fair. What spot would you go for?
Okay, I would love to say Eastern Bridge, but realistically, I'm probably a team that's gone to the western side, right? So probably we want to try to control that western bridge. Or what we could do, Tarzan, is actually, if we want to stay on the further back, we could actually just stay towards those hills. You talked about where to start, right? Those beautiful Erangel 2.0 hills just above Ferry Pier. That's also a situation where teams can try to stay there. They can try to edge it out, then go towards the bridge later. Or instead, because they don't have to, potentially go to the south side. Keep in mind, that zone still could shift to the north and north, actually just move further into the zone. So there's a lot of options here for these teams in the west. I think that the mistake is happening really where a lot of these teams all together are trying to go for the same plan, right? They're trying to not be the typical stereotype player where they go in for the bridge, they try to hold on to the bridge, and they try to catch teams rotating late, right? They're all trying to play a different style, and it's something that we talked about yesterday with the Arabian region. They try to break out of the norm, but when everyone breaks out of the norm, everyone makes the same play, and you end up with what we just had, right? A cluster of players.
Yeah, exactly. And I think right now it's still one of those zones that you need to think about that type of idea a little bit early on, because we can end up having a lot of textbook plays. Like we mentioned, bridge camps would be a very common one, right? It's also about these choke points close to both bridges. So actually, personally, when I asked you that question, I thought to myself, the south of farm looks pretty good. Like you can be one of the earliest teams to swim across if that is the plan. And seems like that doesn't need to be the plan. It will be for the teams on the southern side needing to cross back. And it's time to start scouting now. And to be fair, Lusail been checking the bridge from the eastern parts. And this is actually is go sign for them. And maybe that scouting has come through. But to be fair, you can never be too sure when it comes to bridges, but this is good news for multiple teams, the majority of teams, I would say. So in the matter of 1 minute, every team will have found a spot in the circle, and seems like those entry spots around the edges aren't too populated. So we are probably just waiting for a little bit of a stalemate, you know, long range trading or whatnot. But Twisted Mind also made an adjustment, although they've already found a spot in the circle. And those type of rotations take some courage, take some map knowledge, take some good pre-shift scouting. Oh man. And
I'm just gonna say,
a second time. Painful.
Just take some balls. Take some balls, man. That's what it takes for Twisted Minds to honestly get through that. Honestly, I was nervous for them. I was going to speak about them. That 2-2 split looked a little scary. Fortunately, only going to be a solo. Never mind splits for the rest of Galaxy Racer because they have found a kill. And iKURD triple big grab himself another. I am very concerned for Galaxy Racer coming in. We talked about how he struggled, rightly so, in some of these matches. More Erangel, Miramar seems to be their choke point, whereas Sanhok, they actually perform fairly decently. They're not a horrible team there. So then it comes to the question in my eyes that, well, Galaxy Racer, when you saw them on Erangel, we saw them in Miramar, that was their strength. That was their beauty spot of the league stage. But why can they not replicate that? It comes back to the way that they're playing this. They are not playing aggressively. They're trying to play on the edge, Tarzan. And this is not the way that Guns or Galaxy Racer now have ever played in the past.
They have played with so much passion. That is for sure. But I'm actually extremely concerned because I know how almost more like aggressive they can be with that sort of passion. If that goes into some sort of argument or whatnot, then that would be extremely painful to know because we are like really rooting for them. They are the closest when it comes to the points from like both season Super Weekend when it comes to representation of the region, and that is something that we really are looking forward to match the level with the international teams, because when they went to EMEA last season, they came second after Navi, and Navi's not bad at all, and it's all these teams that are actually very good from other regions, but this squad, Galaxy Racer, stood head and shoulders, and that is just heartbreaking to see them lose something. I don't even know. It's very hard to put into words what they've lost, but it's almost careless in the way that they play, and there's so much all or nothing, and there's just so much rely on brute force instead of big brain play.
Right, it's not idealizing, well, how can we really get out of this position we're at? Where is the next step that we want to go to? Because with this shift, again, causes a lot of problems. Yes, a team like Lusail, who've rotated from the south, had their own problems. They've been able to evade that, but now the zone goes towards them. Sigh of relief. But for these teams on more of that western side, that western coastline, like K12, Real Tiger 9, it's an open expanse that they've got to drive through, and it's just praying to who gets through that. I mean, SUDOR, you can see in all 4 separate vehicles, one gets knocked, but at least thankfully 3 survive.
Wow, and K12 just playing off that spot. They got the early confidence by killing Galaxy Racers. 2 players there, and right now they want to control this coastline. It's actually a decent spot to stay to farm a little bit before going in, but RT9 is also in the area, but SUDOR just went a little bit too early. That coastline, look at the chaos that is looking, and that is also Twisted Mind actually just using even this truck part of the map so important to control the south, and that is something that we love to see. It's about the over-reliance of hard covers right now in this farm area can be very vital. So covers like this, open dips and whatnot, those are very important.
I actually think Falcons have a brilliant position in the zone. Obviously, the problem with being on towards the north side of farm tiles is there's a hill there the teams can look out from and be able to punish you from. But when you look at the zone, well, it's not there inside the zone, that hill just towards the north of Falcons' compound. So actually, Falcons overall have a brilliant position to stop a lot of these northern rotating teams. Of course, still one more to come, and I think Falcons actually have a shot here to pick up many kills. They still have open expanse on the rest of the north side rotating into the east, so there is a lot of room for them to be able to maneuver compared to that of a team like K12. Still stuck outside of zone with RT9. You're worrying about them now because look at where Papa Blue is coming in. Daddy is coming in. He's going to engulf them all.
Oh, look at those headshots. Like, he literally got 0.5 HP or something like that. When you play around this side, right, K12, it's important to keep that shack right there. That is the anchor point. Otherwise, you just need to go so wide, back down. And right now, it's so hard to support each other as well. And RT9 just set this roadblock, but there comes a prize. And this is just not good. That's not what you want to do. And that is them all within that car and got no spot in the circle.
Oh, it's a headache moment, Tarzan. RT9, they get blown up It's a mean rookie mistake that unfortunately they take, but it's going to be RT9 feeling the pain for it. And now down to a solo player, not even inside the zone. Zeko gets burned away. In the play zone, strikes only once more. But look at where the zone still is. It's that road that is causing so many problems, Tarzan, in the middle, because all of these teams on the south, how the heck do you get up to the northern side? Because it's so open. As you said, Twisted Minds, for example, as a team to gatekeep so many of them. NASR really being the other here.
NASR is holding a very good compound, and right now it's all about this shift, of course, as always, and it goes over to NASR's side. And right now, that is the problem. We look at this new circle. If we'll cut it in half, just bottom to top to bottom. The left side is so hard. Left side's got very limited amount of compounds, and some of these teams are still just congested on here. And Real Tiger 9, of course, with their full send plan, like that is just not going to work, right? Like you've got elevation, you play very loud, and teams just know that you've been around there, and the escape path is so predictable. So that is the pain. But you know what? The pain is slowly coming in. We talk about Papa Blue making so much damage and causing so much trouble. Now we are down to 7 seconds before the next shift, and I really suspect how many of these players from the western side can get in without dying.
K12 look next on the death list, though, because look at where they got to come through. I mean, it's surprising we even get one player in. Rio somehow miracle run straight towards the south side. I don't think Golden's going to be so fortunate. I mean, rest of SUDOR, rest of, course, Triple iKURD, they were sat together, so they were fighting each other. That maybe potentially is what allowed K12 through at least to one player. But there's a lot who still have to wander into that zone. ABIAH being the next to try to make that push. Welly with the scout does get a little bit further to the next rock, but it's very dangerous indeed. There we talked about KURD 12 being the next, and there before.
Tricky here, of course. Every knowledge is important. Every dip right here can be the saving grace, but seems like it's RICO Infinity. That is struggling. That is surprising. It's almost like we haven't seen them done much this game. And they were just caught being very brute, very blunt on rotation and get blown up. And that is the power of farm, right? Like when you get in here, when you have that knowledge, you can even just make some splits happen. And some of these players can go into dips. They can find just one rock if there's someone to watch you. You can go into these what we call small shacks or toilet, no matter how you want to name it. And right now, iKURD Triple is in town. Got a split. SUDOR is applying pressure, but that seems like a bit of an aggressive call.
Oh, but SUDOR aggressive, it doesn't matter because ABIAH, they're just going to roll over SUDOR Esports, and with the nades, they burn them all away. T1, no. Unfortunately, now, iKURD Triple, they've got a problem on hand. They're being caught taking a number 2, and ABIAH, they want to walk through. They need the bathroom break themselves, but Welly only going to take through one. Now, Shrod has left himself outside of the toilet, but where did he go? Where did he step out? Because there is nowhere to leave his position. And now the phase next shift, phase 5 goes over away from them all once again.
Ooh, and this circle is spicy, and you can see this might be just Lusail on that mini-map, right? They're taking the most important shack, but that is perfect for them to not all go for it. It's one of those spots where teams want to crash in, but then if you set up on the outside, it could be amazing. We talk about farm being so strong, but when the circle's getting so small, that, you know, top of the house play, that type of stuff, yeah, roof, no good. No good at all, and Falcons got no room to fly as well. But KURD is in town. J9 is the last one standing, but before we knew, they got themselves 8 kills.
Yeah, but he's only himself, though. He's got to be so careful. He's got a buggy now. He has a new position, but still not inside the zone. He's one of the furthest away, and yes, he got those knocks onto Twisted Minds, Tarzan, but doesn't finish them off, so they just revive themselves back up. and he moved himself as a squad still further forward. Only them and one more team who are still a full squad. A problem for them, and I am very extremely much nervous here for all of these teams on North side, because it is time as Galaxy Race to fall for the rest of these southern teams to step up. We've seen iKURD triple, but a gift of a zone also given to Lusail, who were the only ones in this zone. Time for them to wake up.
Hellem has been popping off, right? Like, just playing that spoiler spot, know that they've got an entry, there's nothing to rush, and he's just like popping heads left, right, and center. ABIAH is in a little bit of a tricky situation. Yes, this is the best game that we've seen them play so far, but they're down to that duo. We really want to see teams like wrap up games, but this title circle is where the pressure comes in. On average,
But where
2
do
players
Lusail?
per... Exactly.
Right, like,
Lusail, with the numbers.
yeah, but they can't wrap it up. That's the problem, Taz, and they can't finish it off, which is the difficulty of this, is they've now allowed all of these teams to enter up. It hasn't been as chaotic as they wanted. Teams haven't dropped as much as they wanted. And now Cryptics, another one of the teams, the top team, coming in, and they have been silent all game, but they are here nonetheless. And look who isn't. Also RICO and Fiddy's team, a massive game for them, but also on the outskirts is YaLLa. Is NASR the other top 5 has fallen?
Wow, this is amazing to watch. I feel like the meta have shifted a little bit. It's also about, how one style is strong against the other. All these teams that we are seeing, or should I say mostly Cryptics and YaLLa, they've been playing this patient edge style and slowly coming in. But that is actually great when some of these top teams rely on a very, very quick push and crash into center compounds without some very extended scouting. And this is exactly what we need sometimes, is to work your way through. And now Lusail got the circle, and this is time for them to bounce back.
Bounce back. They need to wake up, Taz, and they're sleeping all this game, but finally they seem to have got these kills on board in the last few moments. 5 up in total. Is of course ABIAH, and that's all went down to them. YaLLa, though, who have been denied a position in phase 7, as Lusail are again gifted another shift. Phase 6, phase 7, all gone towards them, and now Cryptics have been cleaning up the top side. They're only going to grab themselves another kill. 3 for them, 3 for YaLLa, but they both need to move in, and you can see powerful Yusuf. They're trying to step further forward, but Yusuf not in the vehicle, already getting sprayed upon down by both teams. Lusail get the knock, but who gets a kill? Who will confirm the second? Who takes them both away? Lusail still back inside the toilet of their own, and this is a gift of its own form, as we say. Can only now take down Lazy Boy, and the rest of Cryptics should fall inside the blue.
This is too strong of a spot, man. Like, all the entry lines are just so predictable. There's no particular ridges for them to play. Like, there's no grass or bushes. You need your vehicles, but Lusail just found everything. So that one early claim of a shack that they know that they can play off with a good split to control multiple sides, push from that ridge line, peek and shoot, like the resetability given from that cover as well was amazing. So of course, the zone came to them. Is always, you can say always is about luck, but it's about how they got to that position in the first place. Let's not forget that they are a southern team from military base, so they did themselves very well there.
They gotta hope really here, Tarzan, that Lusail, we can find that consistency across multiple games, because as always, it's beautiful, right? To be able to grab a game, to be able to grab those chicken dinners, but it gets given to them, I think, in this first match. So exciting to see if that is the momentum that they really needed to just bolster themselves up into a successive series of games. I'm concerned, though, if that would be the case. Also, check a little bit, look at the match rankings as well. We're going to head to them before we dip. And actually, I think, to be fair, this should really push Lusail up. We said these one big games makes a stark difference. You could probably see Lusail about that more 6th, even 7th position, I would argue.
Let's have a look. I mean, 22-point game could be better, but that is already a very important bounce. I think if there's anything, it's the importance of YaLLa making it to second place again. And man, this is important. Like we're scared for them, like towards the end of yesterday, knowing that they have a rough end of the day, seeing whether they can come back and start today strong, like how they've done yesterday. And the answer is yes, and same for Cryptics as well. Double-digit points, like that is going to break them into, nope, not quite yet, but soon into triple digits, and that is something that we didn't expect from this team. I mean, like even last season when they played under RTG, it was not the strongest team, and they for sure had the issues through the league stage and Super Weekends. But something has changed, and something has clicked for them.
Clicks indeed as we move through to the rest of these leaderboard standings, Tarzan, and you can see it hasn't been at all a fine click for a lot of these top teams in the first game. Fake Galaxy Racer, of course, as well as RICO Infinity, even Real Cycle 9 there to an extent, all on the bottom of that leaderboard. And I think this is where we start seeing the concern of, yes, it is only the first game, but how psychologically does this affect these teams? Because, yes, you've seen them struggle. We've also seen them struggle on coming maps that we still to see what we talked about, and they did not perform in one of their stronger maps that we've seen them already.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Fate and RICO Infinity, I'm not too worried about them. Like they had a decent day yesterday. Like one game shouldn't put them off, their driver's seat, to be fair, because they are literally that type of team that they can drive the rhythm of the games. But Galaxy Racer is not racing right now. There's no seat, there's no car. Like wherever they drive, they get sprayed down. So the ironing is like real strong right now, and it's not just a one-day thing for them. It's the whole of week 3. So including yesterday, it's been 6 days of them not playing at the best. So that is a huge, huge concern. And I'm really just praying that they can bounce back, because it's right now not just about crowning the best team right now. It's about the representation of the region. We're looking at, it's like people looking at Navi, like from like CIS, and we look at some of these teams like Ghost Gaming in NA. Of course, things can change all the time, but this is a team that we have so much support coming in. We have so much hope for them. And this, if I do say so myself, is almost unacceptable.
Unresettable. Maybe not the case so for, I think, Lusail, who, as we said, have climbed up the table and now 5 kills for them. But Carry Boy stepping it up, 916 damage. Tarzan, who was really a major carry for his team. You could see inside around that toilet building. I'm going to call it that because it is a beautiful name indeed. They were able to take so many of those positions away. I mean, yes, of course, a lot of work got done. They got gifted a zone. But I think we've also seen, to be fair, teams who have been gifted a zone, Tarzan, and who haven't been able to take the win. So still credit to them.
Yep. And now the leaderboard. YaLLa Esports and Cryptics, the two teams are literally pointed at and said that they basically were not doing good at all from Super Weekends. Well, they've had enough. They found a way in, and that has been great watching them play. Yes, it's a little bit of the old school style, but when these other teams are so obsessed with just blind playing, sometimes like center, just crash and find somewhere, play open. Like the teams that are somehow a little bit more reserved just got that edge right now. And that is the beauty of esports. Sometimes it's so much about meta. It's about what other people are doing, right? Like we talk about sometimes teams coming into, like very experienced teams coming into certain tournaments and then saying that, hey, these guys are playing a tier 2 level. Why are they doing this at this time of the game? But it's about, whether you can predict what someone's doing. If they play that style somehow like right, you can't really like call them out for that. It's about the points, and you can see the stats do come through, and the teams that are playing just a little bit more safe.
So is it about patience then? Because these teams who are being bruisish and being blunt, as we say, like Galaxy Racer, for example, who are going all in, maybe it's not the case, right? Because you need to also be able to equalize that with information that you've gathered through the game. And this is something that I'm concerned about them also being able to perform with. Yes, I think Galaxy Racer, when they are on top form, they can definitely be able to take these games. I hope that they can, as well as, of course, those teams who aren't on the top of the leaderboard so far. Hope is a powerful thing. We'll see you guys there in Game 2 with that. Hey everyone, welcome back, of course, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Tarzan with us. And also our sponsor, No Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League official media partner 2021. Tarzan, we've seen one game so far. I think it has been realistically an extension of what we've seen yesterday. And we're going to head through straight away to Miramar already here. And to be fair, it only going to get a little bit more spicier.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I want to see some of these adaptations coming through. I want to see some teams actually be more flexible, to be fair. And you know what? It's going to be a hard one. It's going to be a hard one for more than one team. And that will be, you know what? Ooh, we're back. You know what? We can wait. Because let me make this point.
They're beautiful people as well. They're beautiful people as well.
Yes, for sure. Of course, as always. And Saint Martin, are we going to get it? I feel like the answer might be no. But are the Falcons just giving Picardo away for YaLLa Esports? That's not the attitude that we want to see. But of course, right now, with the playing path starting from local area, it might just be so tempting for them to just land right on there.
I'm concerned here, though, Tarzan, for you, really, because you're talking all of this San Martin. Tarzan, where the heck is Oasis? Where's your love? We talked about this just earlier today. If you're gone, if you left me,
I'm sorry. I actually feel like it's a very solid drop. If you have some, maybe it's a good 4x1 drop and 2 of them in Oasis, and the rest can work their way through.
Yes.
Right, they can stab these teams, like surround Saint Martin. You know what?
Yes.
Let me just go back and play some scrims and try to pull out that style. And who knows? But this playing path goes from the Coberia all the way to Impala, meaning in the likes of Monte Nuevo, those are a little bit far. All the way for Chumacera as well. Some teams just can't take that. So secondary drop spots coming through for some of these teams, and Lusail taking Cruz Davao. And now that we have this circle, we have something new. And when we go to that northeastern side, we have Hacienda in that middle. And oh my god, water treatment and that Oasis position can be extremely strong and just very good for some of these teams to wide rotate in. Right now, the congestion is in that later half of that playing path, making that bottom right segment very, very packed.
Oh man, your words are melting like sweet butter, Tarzan, when you talk to me about Oasis and water treatment up towards the northern side. Oh, ooh la la. But I mean, realistically, San Martin is in the center, and I think around Javier Patton, that's probably where we're probably going to actually assume these teams are probably going to have to drop. Because also, I would argue, to an extent, the Plateau, just towards the south side, also pretty strong at the looting phase, then come into informational phase, and you got to be able to pick up where those players are. Particularly also to the extent that a lot of those teams with a playing path are dropping towards the south side. So when they move up through these dips in between the valleys and they actually get caught in these choke points, having that high ground, very important to be the case, coming in about that 8-10 minute mark.
Well, this is a little bit of a rip. I mean, RICO Infinity, yes, I know they want to go to Monte Nuevo, but because they get to just fly there directly in 95% of the games, they just couldn't think about what could happen if we go for this. I mean, this is the Pargrid team, and KURD Squad is no team for you to, disregard and ignore, because they've been playing better and better, and right now still yet to get that. Oh, you know what? That was good. That's Gaten with the DBS, these early game, but it's a bit too split from these teams. Early game, there's no cards for flanks. It's going to be about, run and gun right now, but Anas with the elevation was too good.
Oh man, it feels like someone's just mopped the floor and it's wet and it's slippy and everyone's just tripping one after another. It's trade for trade. Tarzan, but Volt steps up and well, he ain't gonna slip at all because he takes down Anis and it's another trade, but this time successful for him. Big finds SK Tunis well to help him unknowing. KURD Squad coming in with the upset. Volt barely still alive. Bidden cannot find it. But look at where the rest of KURD Squad are. He is the only one alive. He is barely alive at that.
Oh my lord. And he's only got 2 boosters as well. And now RICO Infinity get to reset within that compound. And you know what? It's the quick spin of events. Like, both of them just kind of caught each other off guard. It's early neutral fights, and they are forced to just take it. And that's the adaptation coming through. It's not just in the macro plan. It's in saying, oh, they're close to us. Let's just drop and fight them. And right now, RICO Infinity going for the next reset as well. But you know what? The HP is the problem. And with the elevation right now, maybe Vault still has a chance, but those boosters better tick in quick.
He gets shot in once, he's gonna be dead. 2 bullets just a trade, but he gets one.
No.
Mystico, look at how low he is as well, and that is 2. He can actually take this. He's got about a health bar of both of them. SK Town so low as well. I think both of these teams out of healing, and as you can see, Volt buying time with a booster, tries to find a spray in, cannot find success, so with a pre-fire, and now Volt getting caught up from multiple sides, and it's just nowhere to run. He cannot find it, and he gets taken out. It was beautiful, but not quite beautiful enough.
I've never seen a full team with the same amount of HP, which is 10, running around with no meds. And that is just the beauty of these early fights. And I think it's still fine, you know, they just need to go to Monte Nuevo. The problem is, though, can Galaxy Racers be so big brain that they could see what teams fighting which one? Like, that is the key thing. Power grid, that's the thing, but there's no confirmation of kill coming through upon RICO Infinity, but they know KURD squad might want to go around power grid, so could they predict based on that amount of info to know that Monty is just a little bit later touched, and then they can maybe punish the side of RICO Infinity? That is my question. I mean, if I'm in this game, if I'm not retired, that's exactly what I would do. Like, I would be so ballsy, I would go for it. Like, I love these macro plays. I've been digging into these macro games and mini maps because of pro play, and man, sometimes I really wish to just apply that.
Yeah, how about Tarzan? Honestly, we just get one of these players, we just put them on the cat's desk, and we'll just throw you in to the team, and we'll just be like, "Yo, on you go, Tarzan. You're pro player now."
I feel okay. Yeah, I can do that. I think I still have that, you know, confidence. Sometimes.
Oh, there's not a choice in this, Tarzan. We're gonna do it.
Jesus. But I mean, like, you are used to casting me, right? Like, you have known me from when I was in IGL, and I didn't do myself too bad then. So it's been a pleasure, like, for this transition, to be fair. And do you think, like, now that you've worked with me, yeah, does it make sense that I used to play somewhat okay now that you know this is how I think about the game?
We could say you've improved.
Tricky.
We could say you've improved. It's been a long journey, Tarzan. Let's put it that way.
It's very true. Been a lovely one for sure. And speaking of journey, it's not just us; it's his teams as well. Like, it's actually crazy to think about it. Like, I've played the game, I've learned the game, I've done my transition, but some of these teams have been playing in the competitive scene, even in, you know, huge tournaments. We're talking about like PMCO preliminaries back in 2019. That's when, you know, players like Lord from Galaxy Racer have been, you know, playing already. So it's been a long time coming. But can that really factor into their domination that we are still waiting to see in this finals? That is still a question mark.
Domination, I think, honestly, I'm very surprised at what has been the case of domination, because quite frankly, when we look to Miramar, honestly has been the scariest, quite frankly, when it comes to teams in these finals so far. Yes, Sanhok is always super scary. Do not get me fooled here, Tarzan. It has been quite a danger mark itself. But Miramar, when you look at the standings overall, it's actually been the most fluctuant. And we've actually seen teams who have been performing good in one game, not so much the next game. And we've seen teams who might not have been behind the leaderboard so far actually perform better on this map.
Yeah, I can say that too. Like, to be fair, now that I think of it, right, like, yes, Falcons got the lowest amount of placement points. They got one just now, so not too bad, on par with the average.
That's a
But
GG,
this
boys.
sweeping is a GG's. But you know what? They play these fights pretty well, and I do have to give them that, because if we go back to week 1, they barely made it into Super Weekend, and they played so chicken. Not the chicken dinner type of chicken. It's like they play so scared and a little bit slow as well. So right now, at least they have been very active. They're taking upon like these fights on the edges and actually have a very good win rate when it's come to that. And sometimes they know how to cut their losses as well. So if they can just keep that and factor in some wider rotation, these macro game that they can play for sure do better, then that could be the Falcons Esports that we miss seeing.
I want to see them fly, quite frankly, because I know when they spread their wings, they are a team to be really, really scared of, Tarzan. And when you look back all the way to week 1 of the Super Weekend Season 1, this was Falcons who we knew coming into the tournament were a scary threat, and they exceeded expectations. You saw that 200-ish point week. And you can see what they can do here when they are given a chance. They had an opportunity there in the first game as well, but it comes down to the execution in the late game. Even if you set up everything, you need to also remember that game positioning matters and moving through into the zone with your splits matter. You saw them stay so long in farm, but actually they missed their opportunity. They got caught out by late rotating teams. They were trying to catch, but actually they were the ones who caught Falcons, which is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, and this circle as well. Like, it's actually quite mind-boggling how some of them teams are still like not close to some power positions. So of course, K12 is not one of them. And man, I miss playing. Like, this is one of my favorite spots, and it's tricky. Not everyone knows how to climb up there, so I take pride in that still. So I have no tips. Like, I need to really show it, but it's positions like this that defines the circle right now. We talk about Graveyard Church. We talk about these huge rocks to the north on Minas Generalis. They're all very nice, very, very nice, and very punishing if you know how to use it. Right? Like, sometimes you play around these positions and you want to strike too early. That is a problem. Then everyone just get funneled away. And that is what we talked about before as well. Yes, a lot of textbook strong spots. Will team be aware enough to just not give you anything for holding it? And I think that is where the state of the game is. That is the meta right now. So it's actually very weird to say. It's like it's very skewed development. That yes, they start to have these plays, right? You didn't get to, we know how to avoid certain teams playing something too textbook. But on the other hand, the scouting side of things been lacking in this region. So I honestly don't know what's going on. It's actually getting my head a little bit stuck around these things. Like, I thought sometimes all these aspects should just like improve together, right? But it doesn't seem to be the case so far, or I might have been overreading into it.
I think, honestly, though, is correct, right? And particularly in a zone like this, where it is going to be so reliant on information. We said it is going to be reliant on teams making informed rotations coming into phase number 2, which has actually shifted down towards that southeastern side. Going to see that next shift appear through once more, but it's intriguing to me to actually see how close these teams are. This is where the information should really be being exposed right now, and particularly on that northern side, a team like Twisted Minds, who, yes, have a beautiful position, even ABIAH to an extent, catching out Twisted Minds when they cross this road. These two teams have a lot of power in their positions, but as it shifts up hard towards that northeast, this is where it gets really scary, because now there are so many teams outside of this zone, and those teams inside are all clustered on one end of that zone, and this is what is going to make so many of these players drop immediately on these initial rotations.
Yeah, and this outside is going to be so interesting, because we've got power positions here already. Like, teams would try to rotate around it, but it's also these teams, like, if they can't go wide and make sure they make this roadblock a little bit wider, like along the west and the east, then these teams will just go around and be closer to the center, like, compared to you, and that is going to be a problem. As you can see, YaLLa Esports coming in close, K12 get pushed away, and we can see, like, this is one of my favorite parts of the map, with some main roads to really separate different parts of the hill, but many dips for them to play. So strategic split or whatnot, those would be very, very possible, and they can reward the teams who know how to do so.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but quite frankly, NASR, the way that they pushed that slowly into that first kill onto K12, the way that they were so silent and then the trigger disciplined us, and that is what they want to see. from teams carefully scouting out over K12. Yes, K12, they have gotten away, but keep in mind as a solo player, they can still catch a second kill from. And also, with now the rest of K12 gone and pushed out, NASR actually have a great way into the zone. I mean, look at the map. There was no one there, and they've got the hill coming inside the high ground to the next phase into more ridge lines. So you can actually hide dips in between and actually avoid the fire coming from those teams, particularly on that western side.
Yeah, so many good points for them to play, and the most important thing is they need to go in at the right time, because if they go in a bit too early, teams can just edge in and take away their opposition, and will get benefited for those sidelines that it was so amazing that we could see earlier. But we can see Cryptics this time having some trouble in this game. I believe that is on that more northern part of the map, and Lusail is also just trying to strike harder. Like, let's not forget that they've got that chicken dinner in game 1, so this team is slowly coming back. And to be fair, is the team that we actually think has one of the best ability to end games if they can happen to go past that, halfway point, because they had 5 chicken dinners and tied with the side of NASR in second place when it comes to numbers of chicken dinner that came with those prize money, of course, in the Super Weekend. So this circle, man, like, I think they can still make something out of it. You can see that northern part is still very empty, but you can see Galaxy Racer also in that they went for very wide rotation, went all the way to water treatment, then wrapped around all that, and now got a good spot in the circle.
I really love triple vibe spot though, Tarzan. I mean, that is like the textbook spot when you look at a circle like this. Yes, you can go to the high ground, but if it shifts to the opposite end, you've got a little bit of a problem coming downside. Well, triple vibes, they hold a small compound, albeit pretty tiny, inside themselves, and they can actually stop a lot of those teams from the northern side rotating in, trying to find that position on the hills. They can actually stop a lot of those teams making those wider rotations even on the east as well, crossing that road across the dip in between the valley itself. So triple vibes, if there ever is a game for them to start racking up these points, this is probably it. We've seen them at least one game yesterday pick up those points, and I'm hoping that we can see them pick it up once again, because I think that alongside, of course, these top squads, yes, they may not be the favorite, but equally, you could have seen triple vibes as well, one of these teams who can take those big games if they are given the opportunity to do so.
Yep. And you know what, like, this type of games, sometimes before you even get to see it, you feel like something's going to happen. I feel like it's not going to be an easy one for YaLLa Esports from the landscape point of view, but it's also just on this other side. Was that a triple headshot? Come on, man. SK10's popping off. But you know what? This is a bit of a skirmish that they still need to come through. It's actually the roadblock by iKURD triple that's slowing down RICO Infinity, and they get this finish, and that would be sweet. Slowly edging in, and they may get the reset. It's going to be quite hard though along that main road. It's about that, up and along that main road, all the sightlines from the side, that can be so scary. Falcons is in here. They want to catch the split players off guard.
Oh, we got one so far. He looks to try flush out another. He didn't catch him with the spray, though, as he exited out the building. I think that could have been a little bit of a mistake there coming through from him. Falcons goes forward, barely missed out. Grenade repositions, goes back. Knows that he can't get the kill, and he's in an awkward reset position, because look at the rest of his team. They are being ruined by none other than Lusail. There pops one, Never Alone is down 2, and he has to find some form of support. Damar and Lasta together, but there is no way Never Alone comes back to join the rest of his team.
Lusail with the aggression, and you could see Falcons had that great idea to tighten up the formation. At least Lasta's back in here, and that will be Damar catching one of them off guard. 2 versus 3 right now. Still got teams ready to have a look around, and right now is that main road once again. So many times it's about these roads, and caught off guard once more. Damar, how do you get rewarded for doing the same thing twice?
He barely lives. They knew it was going to happen. They thought he could get away with it. They didn't. But Lass goes a little bit too aggressive there. Outside the building. Gets caught in the backside there. Damar does the same mistake. And Falcons Esports dropped ever so quickly. Lusail don't even need that support, because NASR give it all the way to them. Galaxy Racer as well behind them. And realistically now, is the time for Galaxy Racer, if there ever was an opportunity to tighten their own formation. Look at the split. Hamodi is far away, but they look like they're even positioning to take the fight onto Lusail. Question marks, really, is this next phase shifts?
Okay, this can be a huge one. Okay, wow. Triple Vibes should just make top 5 from that position. Like, to be fair, whatever teams try to crash it and take it away can win the game, but the problem would be third party, fourth party, fifth, sixth party maybe in that compound. Everyone wants to come close, but a lot of these teams know that. They need to first clear out each other. So it will be the tangential sweep for this team for now, before they need to come in. Look at that hill. There's not even enough ridge lines. It's a team on the south that gets rewarded for this more, and iKURD Triple can't make it through to join that late game to test their powers, and it will be, to be fair, we've seen this before. I feel like we've watched this exact same circle in Season 1.
A big upset because Cryptics is also out. Now the board opens up because the number one no longer there. You look towards now the likes of, realistically, YaLLa potentially. Yeah, also RICO team, because they're out to an extent, really, to some now, really climb up this leaderboard in this game, back towards the top spot, but they were able to control for a short moment. That's the question for me now in this situation, Tarzan. Galaxy Racer, though aggressive as always, have now already jumped towards the valley, and they have been able to grab their position on the edge of the rocks, but you can see this is a difficulty with trying to push onto Triple Vibes. You just cannot do it because it is so impossible to get over that road. It is, as we always say, a moat to the castle that Triple Vibes control.
It's just too aggressive, man. Like, I think there is a time to go for that rotation, but it can't be now. Like, some teams can come back from behind and stab you as well, and right now it's about the clearing of the edge. RICO Infinity takes it, and Lusail is out, 10 kills on board, and they control that northern part.
Mega game for RICO, who are only going to now jump in on top of a broken Galaxy Racer who aren't even inside of smoke. They could even take even more down if they can be quick enough. You can see now Twisted Fate's also taken through. NASR, though, Patika going to be the next to drop on that kill feed. Triple Vibes, who are gifted this game away, only going to stop even more. You can see how impossible it was to push, but even more impossible for NASR is they will just fall away into the dunes as Twisted Minds get back both failed players back to a trio, and they too need to get their boots on because look at all that space open to them, but they're on the edge of the zone.
Wow, very, very tricky right now. And to be fair, Galaxy Racer living there is actually a miracle to me. Like, that was also just relying on Triple Five shooting down these teams coming up on that northern side. And this shift is going to be inhuman anyway. And it's going to be all these teams needing to come. They have rested enough, escaping from all these action. Real Tiger 9 will first rest back into the lobby. SUDOR makes it through from that southeastern side.
RICO Infinity team, look at their position though. They're still inside the zone, Tars, and they've got the high ground. It's echoes to YaLLa. Game 2 yesterday, where they took the high ground. They had all of these kills and they're able to flush everyone out below them. Is the same going to happen?
Well, that is the sight line. That is the problem. That is why RICO Infinity just play off this side. And it's been good so far. 10 kills. Oh, but here comes the knock. And that spot itself will be basically a bullet magnet, right? Everyone would just spray towards those smokes. They will not have the elevation soon. And look at Israel trying to strike for Triple Vibes. But just one kill when they've got a god compound.
They're trying to go for the spray, though. FK gets away just barely in time. The vehicle not going to be popped. The Triple Vibes, yes, they have been gifted a god compound, but the god location goes still to RICO because they have not found the knocks against Fidan. It now keeps him in strength, but Fidan finally knocked. Figures strikes away, but Fidan takes down one of the ABIAH first, and look at SUDOR, they're getting exploded by Galaxy Racer, but there is nothing left in Galaxy's hands. They've used all the smokes to try and dive onto Triple Vibes, and RICO Infinity team, it's clean sailing, it's shooting down days on top of them of bullets as RICO Infinity take another knock, but knock against them as well. Prestigo now knocked, and the revive needs to take place. ABIAH maybe gifted a little bit of time, but 13 kills already to them.
And they lost one, but still, is about this next circle, man. Like, utilities rationing is just so key in this circle, but sometimes if you don't use it now, you would have been gone already. Look at Anas, 0 meds, absolutely nothing. Not a single bandage, not a single booster. And here comes phase 6 closing, and Asketon get knocked as well. Yes, they probably have delivered the job already, playing so loud, using the elevation, getting all the kills that they need. But this zone is not going to be lovely for them. It's not going to be gentle at all. And Clever will be going out as well. And Galaxy Racer, with the crazy just blind trash into these regions, actually got spared for so long because teams just share the sight lines and in a way have been protecting them.
But Galaxy Racer, is this just foolish luck from them to be able to survive into the top 4? I would argue that's the case because they should have, as you said, been blown up by Triple Vibes the moment that they entered in. They look like they're being destroyed as RICO team, they take another knock. And as we settle down towards phase 6, it shifts back through to Triple Vibes. And as we mentioned, this could be a clean game from them. This is about as clean as it gets.
And this is not the time to get docked as well. To be fair, it was a good time to challenge, maybe, but you can see that ABIAH can't really challenge and go up there because it will be about the sight lines, and RICO Infinity just need to do damage control. Every single extra kill is fine. It's so practically hard or almost impossible for them to get in without casualties, and they don't even have the meds. So it's time to really delegate. And this is go time. The clock goes 0, and this is the time to go. For Dan doesn't even stand the chance.
Galaxy Racer to a solo. RICO Infinity though getting pickpocketed, dropped, stolen away. Their position by everyone else in this zone. ABIAH will be the ones turn the tables, take them down. 4 kills for them so far in the duo double. Beat bus. Let's go, ABIAH. Drive your way in. My love for the beat bus will not settle. Tarzan as ABIAH still alive inside the final 3. They got the big back protection. Galaxy Racer is a duo. Can they snipe him down? 3.5 HP. ABIAH, they continue to try split, but look, it's triple. They go way too aggressive for the solo and they lose 1. And it's a 1v4. Is now Triple Vibes. Tarzan, the zone moves further forward in. There is 0 hope left for ABIAH in this situation. Goodbye, the horses, and hello, Triple Vibes. We wanted them to step up. They do so. They take the game.
The God Compound, you know, like that was the most almost textbook thing to do, and textbook compound that could have been extremely wrong if the circle ever goes away, but they got it. And I hope they take it, you know, as momentum and encouragement to go into these further games and just fight for their spot, because this is very reliant on the zone. I'm not saying that it's not a good win because they can easily lose it if they don't defend it well, but it's these other styles that we've seen them play as well to a decent level that is now needing to be unlocked again. We need to switch that back on, and we want to see the Triple Vibes team being at their best shape, and because they came in with a bit of a surprise in that week 1, so it's time for them to carry that over.
Already Triple Vibes 25 points, the biggest win. They've maxed out more points than they gained in the last 7 games with this 1 game alone, Tarzan. But R8D, this is also a huge game for them because, again, look at those scores. Look at where the next top position really is. 4th on SUDOR, yes, 14. They're sort of getting close there, but YaLLa is the main contender, only 6 points in 8 spots. So RAT, a mega game with those kills, 14 of them. And I think a little bit too hasty. They could have even grabbed more placement points at that.
Yeah, we can see also like YaLLa coming in. 6 points, not too bad. They play off a very tough position, to be honest. And so this game, really, we have a bit of a reshuffle. ABIAH getting points, Triple Vibes getting points, Galaxy Racer getting points as well. But, you know, I never doubted RICO Infinity. Like, to be fair, FaZe Esports, even at this point, now that they've only got 0 points, should I say only got, but yeah, they didn't get any this game. I'm still not scared for them. Like, it's just in their nature that they can still play decent PUBG, like how RICO Infinity came back. But Cryptics would be a little bit of the disappointing one, I'd say, in this. And the same, Falcons, man, it's just heartbreaking. They've done something well, though. You could see they want to go for these splits, but the support timing and the angles was not sufficient enough to predict that type of pressure coming from the northern side earlier.
Right, it's all about that playing as a team, and you could see they tried to go for the split play. They couldn't finish off that scout push into the knock. They couldn't get the kill, so they just grabbed 1.1 kill is all they take from Lusail at the end of the day. And I think the Falcons really are falling out of contention. But as you said, a reset of the leaderboard means that maybe for those around the center of that leaderboard itself, maybe they can push themselves up. But to that extent, you've got to think maybe the likes of Lusail, if any, because Real Tiger 9 and NASR, even in this game, we said Miramar the most fluctuant, they are also down on the bottom of this leaderboard this time around. So again, it really goes nowhere when it comes to the overall standings.
Yeah, it's just tricky. I think because I've spent too much time crunching the numbers from all those games before and the Super Weekend, we are talking about how many games were that? It's actually an insane amount of games. We're talking about 30 plus 45. Those are 75 games that we've gone through. And suddenly coming in, we need a little bit of a refresher. We need a bit of a reset as well to believe that, hey, we have hype teams up for a reason, but right now it's for them to make a name for themselves. We've seen teams doing well for so long, but it's the finals where they crash and people don't remember the name since, and it can still happen. So it's history being made game in, like every game coming in today and tomorrow, and who knows what in place for these teams. And Galaxy Racer, I'm thinking about mathematically, can they still not represent the region? I mean, they have two dominating seasons or super
There's
weekends that gave them, there's a chance, but they need to really I don't know what to say anymore. Like, I need so much more from them. It's not even funny.
To be fair, though, one big game strikes them back up, right? You can see in that leaderboard, if you get a 20, 30-pointer in this Sanhok match next, you easily see a world where the rest of Galaxy Race, and that's not Lusail, they can climb their way back up, even to an extent those very Real Tiger 9, for example, lower down on that leaderboard as well, who have been pushed away with this next match. I'm concerned, though, as you say, right, because it is starting to now break the 100-point mark. We start to see these leads really being extended. Can they realistically keep up with the times if they haven't been able to now keep up overall, even in the first 8 games that we've seen? The rest of these teams, though, you've got to think that, unfortunately, likes of iKURD Triple, KURD 12, Falcons, who are down the bottom of that leaderboard, do you now just play for that money? Because, yes, you could find a complete coin flip of skill and then you end up taking every game since, but the likelihood of that is extremely unlikely.
It's too soon to go into that idea. Like, iKURD Triple, they can take chicken dinners. We've seen it before. Like, with the level of aggression, a 25-point game isn't impossible. Like, just if they could just do that, they're back into the middle of the board. And to be fair, even if they can't do exactly that, it's about slowly moving their way back in. And then before we know it, they are within the range to show that why they are one of the best teams.
Already, though, they've got to be able to prove themselves coming into Sanhok next, Tarzan, because it gets from one crazy game to another. The jungle's up next. We'll see you there.
Mr. DJ.
Welcome everyone back, of course, to PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Howard Wolf, and Best Tarzan here, and also our sponsor, Opera Reno 6 Series upgraded performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Opera Reno 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. Tarzan, we're already going to go straight into it. We're going to go jump into the Sanhok jungle for game number 3, and it has been an exciting twist of events, quite frankly, because game 2 was a pretty crazy shift on the leaderboard, and now we jump through into Sanhok. We talked about it previously, but actually we had seen what had been a top leaderboard teams really struggling here.
Hey, but you know what? Sanhok always brings surprises. I love Sanhok. No, it's a complete lie. But you know, I love watching Sanhok. I didn't enjoy playing it sometimes, but yes, the surprises that it brings. And this map being very, very small, like 4 kilometers times 4 kilometers, feel like we haven't said that in a while. Need to say that once again. And now we have this map. Very good distribution of teams, and I think a lot of them are just in a way that we completely expect, and sometimes it's about the change, right? Twisted Mind did go in for that change once again, and now we're just trying to spot whether there's anything that is surprising, but haven't seen any signs of that yet. But of course, the early fights and early kills came through between iKURD Triple and the side of NASR, and they are still going close to, like, against each other, close to Lakawi. So that could be the early one, but no, it's KURD Squad. They fell to Twisted Minds, and they have a terrible split by what seems to be the case right now.
I mean, what is it? Split is vile. It's the ugliest split I've ever seen, quite frankly. I mean, is this honestly throwing the game at minute 1, Tarzan? Because you're going into boot camp, you're trying to fight YaLLa, you're splitting up Twisted Minds, you're trying to fight Twisted Minds over towards Barn, and then you're putting one player down in Quarry, where there could be even more teams situated. It's so confusing to me.
I don't know what's happening. Like, they might have done some research, and they've studied in a way that I do not comprehend. They found something very interesting. Maybe just that one. It's like they tunneled into one idea, and thinking that this is the most big brain thing ever, and realizing
right, there's like a gap of teams, right, in like the center, and we're gonna find this very specific, minute little bit of Sanhok that isn't taken by players. But at the same time, also, if you find that, how the heck do you get back together as a team? Because you are so split. You've got to find a position later on, and teams are moved by that point.
Yeah, it's so hard because the line that really connects these players, right now there's only 3 for them. It's so hard. It's going past certain parts that teams like coming into to control. But in a way, like, this circle is still like interesting, right? Like, we head over to the more southeastern side, the gentle one, not too hard, and then some of these teams still need to plan. Like, we talk about teams on the Northwest Island, Lusail, of course, always Falcons as well. Like, these two teams, yes, I know they can somehow play edge, especially Falcons, but like, Sanhok is no joke. It's like, when you are just late to the party, it's basically GG. If you don't have a car, of course, we've got people running at the car. And of course, like, nothing new. This is PUBG. We have interesting physics in here once in a while. And Cryptics, the best. We've seen something today earlier, right? Like, the realistic Miramar that we've seen when we see cars like halfway stuck in the sand. So can't complain. Is just how the world should be, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect balance, as Thanos would say, Tarzan. There's 50-50 of the car inside the sand and 50 of the car outside, where teams can actually drive it. Although, if the car actually would take anyone out, that would be more impressive and comedic, quite frankly. Because I think that would be one way to die. I mean, on a PUBG battlefield, could you be murdered by your own vehicle that you control?
Very interesting. But you know what? Now that you said about dying, it really brought me back to you. You know, how long was that? Like, maybe 8-9 years ago. You were still very young. Not quite so the case for me. But there was this song called "Dumb Ways to Die." I should maybe come up with ways, you know, to talk about dumb ways to die in this game, and actually find clips. 8 years ago? 8-9 years
years?
probably.
Has it
I
been that
wouldn't be
long?
surprised. You know what?
Oh my days.
Okay,
Wow, I'm getting grey hair already.
you found my tick. I can't help but to find out, like, when is that thing? Like, it's been a while, and I want to know. Okay, I kind of would know how old you were at that time, but it would be so interesting. So we could, like, right now when things are not too just when I was about to say when things are not too, heavy, when things are not too action packed, we can fill these lyrics in, right? For Dumb Ways to Die, but PUBG version, right? It's 8 years ago. Island Wolf. How old were you 8 years ago?
I feel so
You didn't
old
have to
right
answer
now.
that.
I was like a little puppy. I was puppy 12 years old, at that time. I cannot believe it. I am gobsmacked, quite frankly, at how old I feel right now. I mean, I can only imagine how old some of Imperium feels, for example.
No. I thought you would run by me first because that was also pretty close. Like, I think I was done by uni at that time. I was like, or in my last year. So, yes, I am like the elderly in this broadcast right now. You have to respect. No, like, to be fair, we've got production team as well. Like, we never know what are the lovely people are behind the scene. We know a good chunk of them, but there's more heroes behind the scene, of course. And Real Tiger 9, we talk about their style. This is interesting. We talk about them. We kind of been, I wouldn't say harsh, right? But we've been memeing about them, borderline, about Bootcamp Hill and Real Tiger 9, and your logo looks like a lion, and all these things. But hey, adjustments came through. Who knows whether it's going to work? I do hope so, though, because they got some like better games, at least the start of the day, and wouldn't complain if they can stay that way, because we've got teams needing to be tested. These so-called quote-unquote top teams have not shown their best colors.
I'm not going to see it as anything else, to be honest. I mean, it's a lion and they are tigers. They can be both, They could be like a mixed breed of big cat. I mean, you take the both. Well, you can be stripy and floofy at the same time, Tarzan. I mean, there's the ability to be that, okay? Don't question it. It's in the unique world of RT9.
Yes, okay. I can live with that, no problem. And right now, what we also have to live with is still, you know what? I'm gonna try to reach out to these players from KURD squad, and in a polite way ask them, what were you thinking? Like, oh, what were you thinking? In a very intriguing way, right? Like, because that was a split that I did not expect at all. Like, that was actually very hard to pull off, and I mean, they found a place to call home. It's a decent compound, but the numbers advantage, we all know how important it is. Like, after all, it's still a great game, I think, across the board. So far, I mean, keeping players alive early on is actually harder than it looks. I mean, it doesn't happen a lot in scrims or whatnot, and but we know, like, when it comes to teams really putting the effort into studying and all that, really digging into all the VODs, every mini-map that time it's appeared on screen, then they can live without anyone dying, maybe up to like phase 3 and 4. We've definitely seen those before.
Still, though, it's got to be that survivability. Of course, placement point is so important for a lot of these teams who we mentioned were slightly falling behind on that leaderboard. I mean, there is realistically, as you can see always at the top of your screen, a sizable gap, right, between these top teams and those that are on the bottom. But I think, although there are about these 4 places, right, in the top, pretty locked in for the meantime by those top 4 squads, YaLLa and the likes. But now we're probably looking at, well, who takes that 5th spot, right? Who takes realistically that final position inside the top? Because as you get to the 5th downwards, it is so locked up. And again, you look back to, well, have these teams been able to adapt and research from the first day, and have been able to find what their mistakes were and perfect them, particularly with a game like this? Because when you look at that zone in phase 1, of course, it is near enough the same, and we have to wait for phase 2 now, see if it stays the same. For the most part, yes, it does.
And you know what? I want to see some changes coming through. You can see Triple Vibes landed around that coastal compound, and to be fair, if you don't use that sightline to slowly rotate in, practically is only one thing that they're aiming to do. And they can actually do it now. Falcons is now coming through. So once again, will they be stuck in between two things? And they could just patiently wait for it, I guess. Like if they've got the meds or whatnot, it's just a matter of one boost to see whether they eventually come through, and it won't be too bad. Like, and the support with the vehicles as well, like wouldn't be like hard as well. Early kill or two, like don't underestimate the effects of those kills, right? And Triple Vice really need that one. Yes, I know they won a game earlier, but no, like they still need it. They are those team that will feel like overly comfortable within the hard covers, although that that bit of compound may not be in the strongest position, right? They took that compound earlier as well, like on Miramar, before it became too OP. And then suddenly became OP, and they're like, okay, and they took the chicken dinner. But we need more. We need a lot more when it comes to repertoire of styles, right? There's so much more that they need to master.
Silver, Tarzan. I want to play a game. I want to play a game with you, Tarzan.
Okay,
you ready?
Okay.
Are you ready for the game?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
You ready for the game? Are you sure?
Just say
you're
you're ready. Yes.
Are you sure? No, I don't think you're ready, Tarzan. You need to tell me. Are you ready? Are you ready for the game?
Yes. I am ready.
Good. Okay, what do you think? Where do you think the best spot of this map is on Sanhok right now with this second phase? That's the game.
Phase 2? Okay, that is hard, man. I'm gonna to pick the Barn Hill, right? Like that allows you to look at one of close enough to crash into the quarry compounds. So the Barn Hill, so slightly on that eastern side, and but yes, it needs to be a good split. And in a way, like if all of you, or maybe if you like watch as much PUBG as I have, it would be close to the split that Eastern SARS or the old Bloodline likes to split across. It's a little bit vague right now, but I will try to illustrate that more later on. But in what world is that a bloody game if you don't join me in this? So it's your turn.
Okay, but to be fair, also, I think when you look towards a location like this, I would probably argue you're looking away from the barn, probably more towards really the quarry side, because the quarry being not solely center, but if you go towards, I would argue, the eastern side, you're probably looking at, again, catching a lot of these teams who are, rotating inevitably through from the south, through from the east, and then also you're looking at catching out those teams who are rotating in from the north and from the western side. So it is that comfortable, again, central position that you stay in phase 2, then you maybe have to wait in phase 3 as well because you are centered, you're not going to get caught by a hard shift, and inevitably you're coming in later on with more informed ideas of where to go because you do have that information of how teams are rotating around you. So for a squad like KURD squad, yes, it's going to be difficult, but they're not in so much danger as you could argue like a team like Galaxy Racer who aren't even across the water just yet.
This is actually on par with the pacing, right? But yes, like I think this circle is just tricky to play. The reason why I like that Barn Hill is you can look at the quarry compounds and assess when to strike if you want to take it away, but not the other way around. You cannot take the quarry compounds and say that I for sure know what's happening on Barn Hill, right? So that is the thing. Like you can rotate along it to strike when to your when it pleases, right? And that is the issue right now for some of these teams. Like when we talk about compounds, it's about whether it's actually sustainable, like for more than one zone, like how prone they are. And right now, okay, this is interesting. I mean, Triple Vive's just playing, I don't know, like last bit of loot that maybe they can get, and of course you would be struggling a little bit. Yeah, like you were playing a rich compound in a split that is not very heavy in loot, and you stayed around there for a little bit too long. And so yeah, I understand they want to be safe and so they can get points, but this is, I'm sorry, like this is too old of meta to stay full teams stuck together, slow and slowly sweeping in. And what do you get in bootcamp anyway? There's the only spot that is with the highest probability that can have two teams land on there. So how do you get loot going through it? What is the actual benefit, right? Like, so these are the question marks that we still have. So going back to that point, yes, they got chicken dinner, right? Yes, they've got points. Great. It's how you got them. Am I convinced? The answer is unfortunately no.
Yeah, of course, it got kind of gifted that zone, right? In the second match, it came with them since phase 4-esque to the rest of the game. So now they are playing behind the grain. And again, for Triple Vibes, you want to see that proactivity. However, also to the extent you need to find that balance, of course. We've seen proactiveness be a little bit too brutish, really, coming from some of these teams. I mean, yes, the teams like Galaxy Racer, who you've seen in the past, just dive on in, no care in the world whatsoever, and they get punished for that. And particularly in a map here with Sanhok, being careful and having your team make these determined and decisive moves that you have already pre-planned out, and not only having that plan, but having the plan B, having the plan C in action too, in case you do require it. That is what you need to be as a team, especially when it comes to a point like this. We are coming in phase 4, and still only one player has dropped out of the game. You're having to anticipate that every single position you're making coming into this zone could be taken.
Yeah, could be the second one coming through, because YaLLa got a knock onto the side of Triple Vibes, and that is going to be a little bit of a tricky one. To be fair, they were just playing this start, right? Bandar getting themselves an entry spot, the rest to see with their late rotators. And little did they know that there's actually one. The reset did come through, but Vibes, that is a very just weird rotation, I would say. But YaLLa needs to know how to finish what they've started. Now here comes the pressure. Banda needs to go back and help. That is the only fight that seems to be happening on that zone right now before. But this is that circle. We talked about Barnhill and how it can go into Quarry, but it's so southern that these teams just need to make a choice. And it's so much of driving into unknown territory as well. So that is the scary thing of this map.
Very scary indeed. Also, Falcon's scale rotation cost them there too on the edge of that map feed. You can see they actually rotated in for the northern side. Tarzan, they went all the way into the east, and a big mistake because he tanked that blue for so long. He had nothing left. Coming into that fight versus Cryptics, so they pick up the kill. They pick up 3. YaLLa also going to drop 1, maybe 2 themselves. Powerful, looking all very much dead in the water. And Falcons eliminated, yes, but YaLLa might next be in the menu for Triple Vibes, who, yes, are lower health bars, but they have not dropped a single player.
Well, it's pacing, right? They are boot camp team. They stuck around the outside of boot camp until phase 3, and that's until phase 4 they suddenly found themselves a fight, and they became so behind. Like, that's just a little bit insane to say the least. But you know what? You can't just lower your guards. That's not how you want to play that. And this is painful for both teams. Like, it's not going to be of any help Toxin coming back and trying to revenge. The zone will do more damage to you than Yusef, and that is time to prioritize rotation. They at least still got 3 players. Is enough to win this game if you've got 3, but not when you just slip. Yusef continues to strike. The info from the previous knock and kill did not come through, and the guards are continuously down.
Oh man, as it feels bad, man indeed, Tarzan. You get kicked in by the rock on your buggy, and then Yusuf uses that time to punish you. You get knocked maybe into even a first down, as they've lost another. Triple Vibes are being broken into pieces by everyone around them in the blue, and now also heading back to Triple Vibes, go back to the lobby for game number 4. We had to take our attention towards SUDOR, who drop a player themselves, trying to enter into the western side, because this is a very similar zone once again. And guess who won it? It was a team who played quiet, like NASR in this situation, and it was waiting on all of these teams to fight. It's Twisted Minds, even in their own skirmish versus iKURD Triple Esports. Twisted Minds trying to then separate themselves and trying to stay inside the protection of those 4 walls, but iKURD Triple do not care until maybe they will care now as the second falls down by 1-2 trade, but it's not enough. In Twisted Minds, they outnumber iKURD Triple.
You cannot all stay in these type of compounds. Teams will just surround and pinch. Sometimes it's that 1 or 2 guy on the outskirts as the off angle that can save it most. And you know what? Twisted Mind with the numbers advantage as well. Now 5 kills on board, and they've got a good compound, a good entry line in, but the clock is already down to 5 seconds. And this is the problem. It's continuously self-shit, and we're going back to cave. We've seen this one before.
Okay, but the underground cave as well is going to get only more exciting as SUDOR, a double knock through from Fate is a strike through onto Catan. They will take their just reward in 3 to 4 kills now for them. But that kill feed does not stop SUDOR losing even more, yes, but also so many of YaLLa. Tiger inside the blue, down to 1 player on the kill feed as well, but not before SUDOR drop, not before Twisted Minds lose 1 inside Papa themselves, as all of them hurry. They scuttle their way inside of phase 5, but where do you go when everyone inside is already looking for a position in that safety of phase 5 itself? RAT, we have stalled enough for now, but we take another onto ABIAH. YaLLa eliminated on the off search. Is the rest of RAT move further forward in? Cryptics as well, gonna drop 1, maybe drop 2 to the zone, barely surviving. El Chapo's gonna die as well with time. Everyone falls in this next phase.
Crazy zone, man. It's about making the trade-off now. And look at Galaxy Racer's position. This could be the bounce for them, but of course, this hill is also so unforgiving. You can see they still got more levels to move down, and sometimes you just run out of Rich to use. And Fate Esports in one of the strongest positions. RICO Infinity with the Northern Sweep all the way down, 8 kills on bot, 4 teams still here, and I've never doubted them.
Take it to 9 times and they don't stop. RAT, maybe Fidden will finally be stymied. Is the rest of Fate the help of course, Galaxy Racer to take them down. Fate taking 1 onto K12, make it a double with the help of Cryptics as well, and that kill feed is a trio of these teams, but finally 1 will be stopped as Twisted Minds will fall again to the blue. Phase 6 only shifts further south, but even towards the outskirts of Cave now, as all of those teams who hedged their bets on the underground, they will be kicking themselves as RAT kick into the edge of the rock for the revive.
What a tricky circle. You can see the heal stress does come through though. El Chapo and Ray are still in here, and that is much needed, at least 4 points, but it's within the circle. That is what we're looking at. No team's got a spot in here, and all these need to cross the road from that south side. It will be about the trade-off. It will be about the big brain. It will be about the top teams fighting for a spot.
Cryptics still inside the blue. They're getting the points. They're up to 6 already. And they're praying that RAT will just die. And they get 8. But might be the Ford fate for themselves. Let's get struck down again. They cannot get outside of this rock. And now that phase 7 shifts even further away from absolutely every single player in this lobby, there is only going to be pain and misery awaiting RAT.
RICO Infinity can wait for the time to come in, though. Fate's got no spot. They've got too many weak sides. And here comes the trade-off. Ragnarok with his healing strat, maybe. But no, it's all these teams needing to run, and that will be RICO Infinity out.
Cryptics inside the top 4. They are still healing. They're inside the top 3 times, and they're getting the points on board. Lusail versus Galaxy Racer bombing down onto the firefighting team. As now Lord tries to step up, barely dodges grenade. The edge of the dip will save him. Not going to save Ritbo, as he will be destroyed by the bullets of Lord himself. Carry Boy inside the blue, trying to go back to healing himself. He's a solo player. Galaxy Racer, this is their game. They take the zone. El Chapo, the Cryptics, will save their points. They will be able to garner themselves a position back up towards the top. But this is GXR back on top form, Tarzan, and they should inevitably secure the win.
This is just so key for them. We talk about them just really almost disappointing us, but with this 11 kill chicken dinner, I don't think they would get the 12, but Carabao might just try. But you can see, at least for this end game, it's these teams that have prepared to transition into a heal strat that come out ahead. That is a textbook structure way for Sanhok that you cannot not have this in your back pocket. And that is Cherry by almost getting an extra kill, but it will be Galaxy Racer towards the end with 11 kills and the chicken dinner.
Oh man, Galaxy Racer, we've been begging for it every single game so far. The finals, we get it there in game 9. Tarzan Sanhok is Galaxy Racer's forte. And now, as we jump through to the match rankings, soon, and of course those overall rankings, Tarzan, exciting stuff, because quite frankly, we said Galaxy Racer, they're inside that top half of the leaderboard. They were able to get themselves those points, 26 in total. Yes, RAT also takes second, and Lusail are there as well, and Cryptics to all join up with Fate. It's going to be still, nevertheless, a rise for GXR, because they needed this to especially stay with the rest who have got top points too.
Yeah, when we talk about top points, Lusail, they've got, okay, we've only played 3 games. They won 1 game, and this is where they got a second place. But when we talk about these top teams in the leaderboard, look at where Cryptics are. Fate Esports, RICO Infinity, all bagging 13 points plus, and that is just going to really consolidate their spot. And you know what it means after this game? We are halfway through the finals, ladies and gentlemen, and we have basically, now that I think about it, 6 sets of these Erangel plus Miramar plus Sanhok, and we're done with 3. And it's about repeating the same set of orders 3 more times. And yes, it's the same team, so it's about who can outsmart who's got the endurance, who can still stay strong no matter what happened before.
You can see, unfortunately, endurance not quite there, though, for some of these teams. Again, the same names cropping up, Tarzan, game after game. NASR just cannot seem to find success when it comes from equalizing kills into positional points today, as well as, of course, their RT9, who have been slipping all day long from the edge to the top of the leaderboard. Another 12th position means that it's sent even further back.
Tough one. Not just for them. Look at all these teams in the bottom of the leaderboard. They are the definition of struggle right now. And I mean, we don't expect iKURD Triple Esports to be in there. And we could see, like, when they're playing a commanding position, we talked about Barnhill moving into Quarry. How the heck did we not get a single point? There's something seriously wrong with those positions. Yes, they may not want to over-rotate and all that, but they need to... They are good enough to predict what could happen. And for them to just take out not 0 to 4, not even a single bloody kill, that is a very heartbreaking position. And sometimes when you just focus on what happened to a single team, you could see why they've been not getting these points. And sometimes that's also why when we see some teams take some points, we are not so confident in them still. It's about the how.
About how, indeed, Tarzan, and how these teams will fare when it comes to our road to MVP, as we do check it out through Galaxy Racer, of course, nevertheless. Ralph and Lord taking their 5 and 2 kills, top of the board themselves when it comes to making the difference here in this victory. Life as well, though, for Fate has also put in the work for the rest of Fate. Indeed, surprising, though, not to see RAT on any of these round MVPs, because considering actually Tarzan, they also got 9-10 kills in this match.
I think it's just their formation of pushing in. You know, sometimes I used to practice this thing as almost like a SWAT, SWAT, SWAT formation running in Sanhok. You take care of every single bloody side, you come in, and whatever you find, you may just need to shoot, right? But then it's that type of formation that allows you to clear edges very quick. So the amount of damage that you do has a very high conversion rate into those kill points, and that is maybe what they've been doing. As you can see, like 2 games that of domination from kills itself, picture perfect.
They've got 57, right?
Exactly,
massive jump.
1-1.
And I think, yeah, exactly right. 1-1 is what we're looking for when it comes to these points. They don't differ from that. Yes, they've not gotten the massive loads of chicken dinners potentially like Fate. They've got more than them, but they've got more kills when it comes to 20 extra, and even that extra placement point on board, it has boosted them up so far. You can see that is what is the difference maker. And even when you see the rest of these teams, it is at least, 15, 13 kills ahead of everyone else at the top half of that leaderboard. They are clearly the most aggressive team, and they seem to be the most successful, albeit how much we praise other squads.
It's so mad to think that they're a group of nutters, like, to be fair. If just by those kill points, they can sit at 9th or 10th place. What's that? That is insane. Like, that is so good. But we look at the second page. Still, we talk about ability to win one huge game. We are starting to, I would say, is starting to get not so applicable for that sentence, just because of how these teams seem to be in a bit of a slump, to the extent that even if they get blessed by the circle, they can't make something out of it. Like, that is the problem, and that is where you really just feel, very worried, about these teams. Like, what else do you actually ask for? It's almost like, okay, here comes your game coming up, Sanhok. If I am the god of PUBG, I allow you to pick any shift. What would you pick? That is the situation where I feel like some of these teams in the slump, if they get to pick everything and they actually have it, they still can't win. I'm talking about that type of situation. It's about the execution after all.
Mr. DJ.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royal Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royal Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royal Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royal Pass month.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals Day 2. Myself, Alan Wolf, and first Tarzan, joined as well by a wonderful sponsor, Nemo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. Tarzan, we've seen now what has been, as you said, halfway point. Who is it really that stands out to you?
Wow, I mean, I'd say RICO Infinity team, just because they may not get all these chicken dinners, but they have maximized what they could have done, through their rotation routes, and that itself is a very, very important characteristic. A lot of teams don't do that. It's too much of all or nothing, and we are back onto Erangel to see whether they can do that, because it's almost a meme now when we talk about this team. Going to Saverni, sometimes if we have northern circles, they don't know how to wrap those up. But you know what? I want to see that so that we can get them to prove what they're really made of. Now at top place, they can still go for that type of drop a little bit further than we want, but this playing path basically from Zaki to Nova will place these teams in a pretty equally spread spot. And right now, I actually want to put that question mark for KURD squad. Stalbert is too far, Corey is too far as well. So where are they going to go with this?
Question marks for them, but not so much, I think, for the majority. This is a pretty fair playing path, to be fair to them. And I think the teams are going to be pretty happy overall with the result as it comes through. It now determines where the zone will go, because I want to see a change in these zones. These zones have been fairly consistent. I mean, I need to go to the zone police. I'm going to tell them, if no one changes where these zones are going, be done. I'm going to arrest one of these games, one of these maps by the end of these finals.
Hey, you know what? Like this, we are in for a good treat. And right now, KURD squad actually is making some very interesting adjustment. They are very aware of what teams are not in the lobby, right? K12 didn't make it to the Super Weekend, the third one, so they took away their spot. But you know who else didn't make it into here in the finals? Ra'ad. So that is Milta Power being the new home of KURD squad, and to a very eastern phase one circle. And we can see, look at the amount of teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 teams, not like that needs to come in from that western side. We know the Chokesauce round farm, we know Rosa can be scary. We've seen that from iKURD Triple in that first game against the very strong Cryptics at the moment. That is another choke spot. Also, NASR liking Potato Hill, so it's not going to be an easy entry for some of these teams. The Falcons going back to the favorite spot as well. And the last time I've seen this circle, Highland Wolf, we actually had the Yasnar finish. So it's going to be a very good question mark. Need to find how they're going to make this work. Aram is doing something interesting once more. So he was the one going to boot camp. Don't know what to think about that. Now he's the only one going to Southern Island with the sole purpose of maybe getting info as well as taking away a vehicle. Maybe?
Yes. Oh well, maybe you have a part 2. I mean, to be fair, it's a little bit of a Peepo sad moment, right? Like the fact that this zone, honestly, has gone no for the 4th time to the eastern side, Tarzan. I am disappointed, and as I said, I'm gonna have to arrest Game 10 by the end of these finals. So I'm sorry. Yes, these points still count. Do not worry, but this game is gonna be deleted from your minds later.
Okay, like I think we will settle with that, guys. And this one though, like you can see, Aram's doing something that really helps illustrate time windows. This is something that you can do only around that time. Teams are still ready to, okay, like Fate Esports in Milta is just still starting to loot up, and suddenly when you hear a buggy, like before you get to respond, they're gone. So like that is highly punishable by Aram from KURD squad only if he's done it too late. Like that was the perfect time to do that. And sometimes maybe they are specialists in these things, right? Maybe we have been harsh on them maybe, but to be fair, they did lose one from a very different split on Sanhok. But this itself is a great adaptation coming through. Taking Milta Power also got great entry points to this circle, because once again we may get to say, hey, the middle of the circle very close to Lipovka, and we don't get to say that a lot.
I actually am really intrigued to see if teams go round for more skirting edge rotations, right? Like you mentioned Lipovka, but also when you look towards just generally the edge of the eastern coastal line, if teams will just try to funnel themselves around there. We saw it already once before that was the case, where squads did try to do that. And we saw, I think, going back even in their own games that I have seen, a match where we saw a similar zone in the first 2 days of play, and we saw all of those teams doing the same thing as we mentioned, all of them heading towards the coastal line to try defend the position there. If that is the case again, I think probably then you're looking at the stronger positions, as you said, being around Lipovka, but also you could argue around these more high up positions coming in from the coastal line. You talk about like the Mantra, you talk about like also the edge of Stalbert, even towards the northern side, which is in play.
Yeah, so many of these spots are in play. I think it's very playable, and as long as you know how to come in at the right time. Like I think it's we may see a good amount of team coming through from the north just because it's just too annoying to go past, this school area. Like, we just set that line from school, like up and down, north to south. Like, that is where things can get a little bit tricky. But after all, it is phase 1. This is a huge map. So if they've done the homework from, scouting and just a little bit of research, it shouldn't be a huge problem. But I have to admit that this is a special playing path and Faith's Circle so far. Like, special not in the sense that they haven't seen it before in their career, not in classic or whatnot, but in this particular lobby, in this tournament, we have not seen something quite like that. Could be similar, but not quite like that.
I actually really wanted to see South Zone. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually gonna be very biased, quite frankly, towards the south side. I just want to see really Lusail get tested on this south side because it feels so peaceful. Feels like a paradise. Feels like paradise resort already in towards the Sanhok military base. And I just want to see some fighting happen because it is so quiet there. It's like a mouse tiptoeing through into the bridge. They tiptoe their way through into a zone. Yes, they got gifted that first game, but do they ever really fight? You have to look back at the games. No, they don't. It's one of these teams that play very passive and rely on placement points. I want to see them die and get kills.
Yeah, I mean, they lack some sort of aggression. It's almost like we've seen every single team in this finals making some crazy days, crazy moves. They were the only one almost that, except maybe an occasional game or two, but on that thought, we talk about aggression, we need to talk about Twisted Minds, because I actually want to talk about ABIAH because they played pretty well today. Like, they have a lot of aggression in a very controlled way, even from that second game in particular, sweeping their way in. And yes, this is going to be an interesting one. And I mean, they've been playing better compared to Triple Vibes, but after all, it's about these basic mechanics. Aces can be striking from a very, very good angle, but that is a bit too textbook. As you can see, Vegas is already in place to spot that one out.
Oh man, honestly, this is one of those big brain plays, quite frankly, Taz. And if they can try circle round, just trying to give information, of course, where Twisted Minds are. But there is no hope, really, if Aziz can't get into the fight, because how do you get into Twisted Minds compounds? They are the controllers of it, and they're only going to knock down YaLLa once more. So it is so difficult to push up. The solo now has been knocked and hard. And 7MMD, they can't push back to even make this revive, but inevitably going to lose one.
Ooh, and this is also just great, but look at that return knock. It's also the long range coming through as well. Aziz can deliver, but it's going to be such pain. Watching from that distance, Twisted Mind were aware that they shouldn't let this off angle get anything. And there is it. Like, we gave him a little bit compliments, but ABIAH lost 3 so early on.
I didn't even expect ABIAH to be knocked. I mean, they just play way too up front again in that situation, Taz. And as a duo, they need to be forced back. They're trying to make that revive, but you can't make that happen as he steps back. And these mistakes do cost them overall when it comes to, especially here again, a northern shift up towards south, up towards Yasna Polyana, like you were predicting here at the start of this game, and how ABIAH really can, and Aziz find a position on their own inside of the zone. You can see that even through coming in, they get caught on the edge by the edge of Falcons entering into.
Tough one, very, very tough one. I think, like, for some of these teams, they need to stop just driving in a very blind way and just do these very old school circle scouts. Yeah, like, sometimes you just need to know where you should stop first before scoping in. And I think this is, in a way, right now, the weakness of the region. They just have this intuition, and if things seem clear, they just go for it. And sometimes you need to be decisive, but if you practice to, the highest level, you can have a bit of a structure whenever you try to claim a compound, right? And of course, right here, we've seen this sort of played before. KURD Squad this time knows that is a 4-man hold around here. Last time they played 2-2. Last time it was also Falcons approaching them on the north side. Now Falcons just take that compound. KURD Squad will just hold that all 4. But you know what? Before I go that further into that point, Aram wants to make me take my words back. They've been playing a very interesting macro style, just very, very new, I would say. Can't say that is not working. It's just unconventional.
It's just weird and wacky, but if it works, and it works, Tarzan, at the end of the day, NASR, who have been driving for the lesser part of now, what has been 2 minutes straight, trying to find a composition really into these zones, in some way to push into these buildings inside of them. Tarzan, this is concerning because I feel that NASR, they really should have been punished harder. I think they are fortunate, but they did not get punished. You see it so many times when teams are indecisive, they drive around aimlessly until they all just pop, and they die.
Yeah, not just one team. So many teams have done that, and that is actually the biggest surprise and disappointment that I have from the scene. Yes, I understand that is also just almost like the natural thing to happen if they want to just go for quick claim of central compounds. Then, I mean, that is where you just need to do some pre-circle, pre-shift scouting, right? Like, keep an eye on, make sure there's no one's coming close in the past 2-3 minutes, or start scouting like 30 seconds before the shift. And if it actually goes there, then pull the trigger. Not go and have a look thinking you should crash a compound so far that you can't see. And you know what? That is a treat on the floor. 3 smokes. Okay, it could be from the teammate, yeah. But in pro play, you just want smokes, right? I usually carry around 12 to 13. That is 3 smokes is like a gift.
How rare is that, right? If that's a loot drop, I mean, I've never seen 3 smokes all together on the floor.
That's a good sign for them. They need to take it and say, hey, this is the sign. This is the lucky charm, right? Take these smokes. I'll hold it
Have to believe
so much. Yeah, I'll believe in these. I love them so much. They are my lucky charm that I don't even use them, right? But you know what? They can maybe do that because on this Eastern shift, they get some good spots still, but it's actually just these open compounds, and actually the Koto line is easier to play than most people think. We will see if teams trying to take those, but we've got small dips here and there that allows them to make something happen. It seems like Fate found themselves some players and will replenish their backpacks. And northern side, we've got YaLLa in here, RT9, and this team is playing some of these spots that can be very, very strong, but it's all about the ability to stay stealthy. And I don't think that's the best spot just because of how quite a few teams will be pushed away from these compounds upon trying to claim them, and will just go for the natural plan B and just cruising towards the shoreline. And sometimes that will be Royal Tiger 9 needing to respond to these teams like funneling in, and it's not an easy job to capitalize on all of them.
And if you're a team like RT9, I think the work is already done. Yes, they're trying to push forward into SUDOR, but they don't need to. They need to come together, and they need to be controlling that cliff. Because if you can actually take out all of these players rotating in, like they are trying to do to RAT, then that is the most effective thing that RT9 can do at this point in the game. It's awkward, yes, but they are making it work. Even as a 2-2 split, they find the first knock.
Wow.
They try to find a confirmed kill. It's going to be a little bit wild, but all off the back as well. Keep in mind, Fiden, who was not in the fight, they actually, as a result, leave SK Ton to the dirt, and they're going to move on as a trio.
Well, that is actually quite crazy. Like, if they have held that so well like they have so far, teams would suspect that it's a full squad, and they will not come in. That is the mentality, or should I say, the concept of playing loud, and why it can be so good. And that is great by them, but it's about tightening formations when it's possible on the other side, because these other coastline, as you can see, can get very congested. Slightly more towards the south is Twisted Minds against K12, and K12, they really need to come back strong after that super weekend miss on week 3.
Nade almost knocks down 2. They almost edge themselves into it. But K12, yes, they find 1 knock again, but it's not going to be to anything. And of course, with the Mines, they are on a little bit of a scary peninsula when it comes to getting inside the center of his zone. Keep in mind, Western shifts, Tyler, and could actually decimate the
Yes.
hopes of a lot of these teams who have already centered themselves and positioned themselves in what has been a bottleneck position. Thankfully, though, breath of relief again as it shifts over towards the eastern side, and really now it's SUDOR and the Smoke Church to bless up and pray that they can take this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is actually just RT9 betting on a coastal line finish, and they took it. Right now it's about getting out. Like, this is where these two Jigsaw, you know, like in the middle, need to respond to that. But as everyone's trying to drive, we talked about this type of rotation, Fate against NASR, and that is a huge streak that we get to watch. NASR pushed them back first, but that will be Fate getting the entry sooner.
And Fate lose one again. NASR clean it all the way through. Fate dead as quick as it started, Tarzan. That is a NASR we want to see on board, but we need to see even more because, again, they have been slipping on that standing so far. And when you think about also teams who you wanted to see more, iKURD Esports, who find themselves, I think, in insanely awkward position. We checked back the replay, of course, the YaLLa also Triple Vibes to find a beautiful snipe on the edge of that to Triple Vibes, grab one kill themselves. But as we mentioned here, the awkwardness of trying to navigate around Galaxy Racer when you particularly also have Falcons and KURD Squad behind you, you had to get across the road, but there is no avoiding it. You have to somehow maneuver out of the open if you're iKURD.
Yeah, and right now, like, Galaxy Racer needs to have the best macro plan to know why they're split like that. And like right here on this side, of course, it was also RICO Infinity losing the second one. They tried to come close to these compounds and just got too close to the point that they just get punished. And one by one, their split falls as well. And right now, they are in this coastal line that is almost unresettable. They want to go in, but it's so bloody open. And that is Real Tiger 9 actually taking that win over control. And YaLLa is trying to sweep from the north.
Oh, you wish R8 had taken that fight onto RT9, but they did not. Now they get punished, as you say rightly, for it on the edge. There was nowhere to hide. You're on the coastal line. Yes, they find a wide member of YaLLa knocked. It does force YaLLa back for now, so they barely inch themselves back again. Surviving in phase 4, but they continually have to move forward. That zone shifted away from them, and this is where I really worry, because now they may not survive for Falcons. So 1-2 down is also iKURD Triple. We said they were going to be pushed by one of these squads. They look for a third, but can't find it. Finally, they grab it. Finally, though, they cannot clean it up. Lads barely cannot survive though against Ali. Ali is a solo player. They'll revive the 2 down members. But there was a lot of loud noises happening in Galaxy Racer. We may look forward to fight. Triple Vibes also coming in on behind. And it is disaster. There's not going to be a third revive. Hell, man, you better crawl your way upstairs because there's another fight on the corner.
Man, like, could that be the well-timed third party? Or are they just coming in with the usual edge style? Seems like they know that something's happening, but then they make the difference when it really matters. This is not what they want to do. They started what seems to be an aggressive core, but then they didn't follow through. But you know what? That is a tip, hitting one shot with the one shot on the helmet. It only needs to touch the toe with that volley. And now Triple Vibes still are sharing this compound. I mean, that where is the last member? That is my question, right? Like, and this could well be a great one. And you can see blessed by the circle. They just need to claim this. Whoever claims this may just make it to top 5 or 6.
But they need to claim it. That's a problem. A double knock, though. That's beautiful. Bounce Kobe Nade style. Proven Triple Vibes in a double kill secured for them. One more to come in. Ali met his maker. Is Triple Vibes. Israel cleans up the fight. 4 kills for them for now, but we're not quite out of the woods just yet. KURD 12. Sneaking away one onto Twisted Minds and TM. They aren't quite done yet. They're going to lose a second. Is Destiny going to be burned alive? And from the edge, Kato and now there goes. They have to step up. They have to make their Hail Mary play. They do so for one. Can they grab the next? They still have to come inside.
This is tricky. This is about time to go. And sometimes it's about leaving that one silent spoiler player to punish Twisted Mind. And now Reaver actually get great white rotation first. And that will be Golden delivering from within the compound as well. They stand fine.
And they are fine as is for now. They need to get into the zone because blue zone is coming in. And they aren't in a great spot to enter through to the next play area, Taz, and NASR definitely not going to be in a good position. It's the stand going to be completely wiped by Cryptics. 2 kills up for them now as A2 in a little bit of a problem, a predicament of how do they get further inside. Galaxy Racing now, is it up to them to defend their position? You got to think so. Is they are trying a mode, he takes down another onto Miracle, but can they take the flush? Lusail as well in the behind.
This is tricky. It's a good split, but you can see it can be very easy taken away. It's about this split and support, but I believe they've thought that out. But it's on this northeastern side now. SUDOR, we talked about them taking these later games yesterday. Can they deliver again? Like Clever showed a lot of that smart play, and right now against RT9, this is a fight that they have to win. Here is the final. RT9 gets pushed away, and that is not going to be an easy rotation.
They need to get out of the blue, Tarzan is what they need to do. But they're a tree behind a tree behind a Jeep and second guess knocked. SUDOR, they're slicing and dicing, baby. ART9, it's cat meat for dinner, boys. SUDOR take the kills, but not before we lose sight immediately. Cryptics taking back one, and they will not be stopped. They will make their presence known.
The only team in the compound as well, and that is SUDOR trying to get an opening. Not to be fair, if that can be done, that could just be the crash coming in. Like Saif got not right that is the problem. Otherwise, he could be setting up these smokes to enter. But we've only got those 11 seconds to go. Galaxy Racer needs to clear the edge, as well as thinking about what point they can take within the circle. And that is always just a 50-50 thing. It's go time for SUDOR. They want to take this compound.
Where did he go, though, Tarzan? There's nowhere to go. Clever. Is it a 1v3 situation? He just can't make the play happen. Alshmari, you need to come in for support, my friend. You can't play solo in this team game. Is now come down south, but only to be greeted by guess who? Galaxy Racer. The Cryptics here will confirm it anyways. Up now to 5.
That was a good one. I mean, mistakes been made. It's also Cryptics playing that spot well. And you know what can this team do? Right now, they are surprising everyone, potentially even themselves. They got the compound, they've got the circle, they've got the elevation, they've got the momentum, they've got the top spot. But now Triple Vibes actually thread the knee, though. Azrael is still in with his teammate, 2 up for them, and Galaxy Racer also stands somewhat strong.
But it's 2, 2, 2, 3, and then guess who's a full squad in the compound? Guess who has to stop them all? Tarzan, it is Cryptics, but not before NASR is still in the game. We said they got 2, they got 7 kills. They might just grab themselves an 8. Azrael will be confirmed. There comes the 8 kills for them. Cryptics only going to grab their 7, maybe grab their 8 as well as Sail in some crazy pain as they try to take through Navo. Navo enters up, distracts Cryptics for now. Is it some time for Lusail to enter into zone? Because look where it's coming in from. I don't think he'll be alive for much longer.
Well, and he tried, like that's with the boat action, and they are ready in the car, ready to go. Who knows where the circle is going to go? We're just down to 3 teams. This is the craziest game we've seen in a while, just because that circle is so unforgiving. It's just phase 6, and we're down to 3 teams. What is that? And this is the battle of the 2 most aggressive squad. Yes, they didn't have the numbers advantage, but against the new kings of the Arabian region, would that be them holding their spot? And look at this circle. Is still inconclusive. All 3 teams can slowly come in, but that dynamics will be changed due to the landscape.
Galaxy Racer, if they want this win, no, Tarzan, they have to take down NASR. There is no coming out of it. They have 20 seconds to make that decision. is they have now the zone coming in behind them. It is a split NASR as well. So it's only realistically this one player, Miracle, who does need to fall, but then you have to come uphill. That is the scary part about it. And you're using your smoke, you're expending your utilities already. With Cryptics on the outside, that Chapo's still looking over him. For goodness sake, you gotta deal with at least one team. You cannot take the both of them. In that find through from El Chapo should not have been the case, because he had been spraying down in that location for a long while.
Well, that was a tough one. It's going to be just what they had to do, to be fair. Get an entry point, blow up vehicles, just use that as a cover. They got the reset. That is good news, but you can see this is NASR being very, very ready. It's 2 top spots. It's about these patient plays. Hamodi's tried to sweep. It's going to be down to... It's the third party! El Chapo's still in there.
He doesn't care. He's sniping everyone. He just snipes the entire lobby. Marshall cleans it in for number 9. And now, Cryptics, they look like they are going to play for the victory, but not one before it gets stolen away by Galaxy Racer. They at least confirm second. It is a 3-on-4, but guess who controls the edge? It is Cryptics. They have the walls to defend. Galaxy Racer, though, are inside of the zone. So it is going to be reliant. You've got to think on phase 8, but you can see the setup already there. Smoke's being deployed, and Cryptics, they know we have to set up for moving forward.
And to be fair, the song of Galaxy Racer grab those loot from NASR could be this game-saving amount of utilities as well. And you can see this is a good time coming. That is the knock coming through. They know it's at least probably a 4v2. They just don't stop. It's the smokes to stop the sightlines from Galaxy Racer that gives Cryptics the freedom. Last one standing. What is this team made of?
They are aim-bossing, guys. That is what they are doing. Cryptics, it feels so good. They are broken. Is they will get the victory, and honestly, Tarzan, that is a disgusting series of plays coming through from them once more, just solidifying their position on the top.
I mean, now that you think about it, it's so beautiful because it's in theory extremely simple. They keep one to make sure that they can't peek. The bottom layer, the 3, goes out to smoke the first layer, again enter, then make sure that they choke up all the sight lines. And then they keep throwing these nades and just cook to perfection. And they read that little bit of landscape. You know, when they use that elevation from the compound, they already studied the landscape to know that is that small lip of that hill that covered them. And then they waited and aimed at the same bit of landscape, and boom, 1, boom, 2, 3, and then they are free to take that game. That was a beautiful one by Cryptics.
It was so fairy tale through from Cryptics. It wasn't even funny. And Galaxy Racer, albeit though they secure themselves that second position, and that is what we needed in the storybooks for them, because now with even more points, they're going to be able to secure themselves in an even higher position and fight themselves for the top of that leaderboard, because it really was a Lusail, Galaxy Racer, Cryptics fight in this game, because the rest of that top leaderboard all went out earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, that is Cryptics increasing the lead for sure. But Galaxy Racer, although they've lost one pretty early on, they played that split pretty well. And now that I think of it, it's not that sort of split that you can casually form. You need to know the map so well to know this is where we form this triangle. And it all started from there. So it's back to them being that knowledgeable team that knows how to carry out and execute their plan, and they made it in good, and that is what we are waiting for them to do. And to be fair, it was that earlier game that really put them back onto the grid, and now it could be there. The fact that they are starting to become unstoppable, and this was also the point of the tournament last season when they found their break, and they have been, just mad since, and have the highest amount of the kills as well. Like, if we go back to those leaders, man, like these stats, I actually have it. Just let me pull that right back. 245 points from those 80 matches last season and 4 chicken dinners. And they are coming close to that, maybe en route to repeating that history.
they got a long way to go, though, because it is quite an even leaderboard at this. And I think, quite frankly, Tarzan, this is probably the most even, especially considering we are now over halfway inside the finals scoreboard. But I would argue we have both seen in any competition so far.
I mean, this is actually just insane. Like going through the head sometimes as a caster, like game by game, you can just cast it all the same. But if you just try to think about what's going through the players' heads, like the pressure is pretty immense. I mean, like for them, like we mentioned yesterday, this is the so-called playtime. This is where all the preparation comes in. Like this is where you actually have more raw material for you to go back and work on as well. So this is where they find they need 100% attention. They need all those focus. But it's when we actually close this game, close this broadcast, that they are back to work again. So this is how the best teams are made. There are no other way other than hard work and discipline.
Non-stop pain train as well coming through from the round MVPs. Lazy is going to be the max though at 6 kills, 697 damage done. Takes through a victory, of course, for their team. Guys, race, no surprise to see them. But to not back to that point, right, where you say about the consistency and the pressure that these teams need to take is in the sense that they can't really give up a game. Even Cryptics, who, yes, have found some success in that last one. A lot of the points that you saw in that live through the board at the top of the screen, yes, equalized them, but those were already points counted. You only get the extra 15, and when you think about it, yes, it's a 15-point lead, but easily surpassable. We saw that yesterday in the sense of YaLLa as well.
Yep, absolutely. And you can see Cryptics actually, the way that they have been playing is also borderline shaky, but at least they've done one thing well. Capitalization. You give them, they will try to take it, and they've been taking them. And right now, just with that placement point, they can be at 8th place, and that is very, very strong with 21-point lead
84.
compared to second place. Very, very good. 84 is just amazing. We talk at that just placement points alone, averaging 8.4 placement points. We haven't even counted those kills yet. They're almost hitting 14 points per game, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is actually pretty mad. We're talking about averaging at least 3rd place every game with 4 kills. Any day, I would take any games like that, and I'll be very, very happy.
It's maddening to think that even if you get rid of the kill points, they're still inside the top 8, right? They're in 8th position with just that alone. That is how crazy consistent they have been when it comes to averaging out just under the 10-point mark in every single one of these games. Although, albeit you look towards the rest of these teams who, yes, it might be a little bit of a lead for Cryptics, but insanely tight when it's on the second half of these teams, because the point margin is literally one game difference. I mean, you have a game like Triple Vibes had, KURD Squad, RT9, KURD 12, you're finding yourself about $1,000 richer.
Yeah, I mean, man, like, of course, the huge money difference were actually in the Super Weekend, I feel like, unless you're at the top table right here. But speaking about what they are fighting for, yes, if you didn't go to, like EMEA, like PMPL EMEA League, if you didn't go to PMGC to be that one top team, sometimes you still really just need to play for your best. And we still haven't really announced like how many of these teams will be invited back to the next season, and that is sometimes what they really want. Otherwise, they just need to fight their way back in, and that means PMCO again. And we all know sometimes those lobbies can be chaotic, so these teams still need to just play at the best, and those money would come second in a way, like at this stage. And yes, a lot of them just need to make sure that they can beat themselves and find their improvement still.
Got to improve through onto Miramar once more. It was chaotic game 2 to see if that would be the case once again. See you on the other end of the table there.
Mr. DJ.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, the PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Alan Wolf, and of course, Professor Tarzan here as always. And to be fair, Tarzan, it's getting pretty heated, it's getting pretty spicy, but albeit we're down to the none other than Miramar. Suitable metaphor.
Miramar. We had some pretty different ones, I have to say. It's just hard to predict some of these circles, and like some of these teams were just playing out of their mind. Like in certain podcasts, I'm talking about last game RICO Infinity team. Like they were. Let's not forget that they had a slower start, but a very good start. That early game where they clashed and got 4 kills, and eventually come in with some of the biggest wins that we've seen. They are probably the teams that has the most amount of double-digit kills in the past few days, and this is great for them. But we'll see whether that playing path would say the same thing. This is going to be a little bit of a change, to say the least, and we have it through La Drillera all the way to Campo Militar. So that means there shouldn't be no clash around that spot outside Paraguay this time round. Monte Nuevo is their place to call home. Cryptics should go to Valdemar, no problem. So very central position here, and want to see where Falcons are going to go. I think they are settled with going to La Coberia. The problem is how. Okay, can they do it in an efficient way? And that will always be my question since they got pushed away from Picardo.
Question, albeit, is really, Tarzan, how do these teams adapt? And also adapting myself, you know, I had a little bit of a problem. Couldn't hear you, Tarzan, but I can hear you now, so it's okay. It's okay, Don't worry. I can hear your beautiful voice. I know. It was shocking. I felt so sad for a moment. I felt like I lost you inside, and the world was dark around me, and there was a black hole sucking me in. There was no escape. But now that we are on Miramar, now that I am with you, home and safe, it is okay. We are back. We've had the lights.
We are okay.
And we have Oasis inside the zone. Better shift up there.
Well, very northern. Like I love this. The fact that people can really stay around the Picardo Hill, the Power Grids and Martin Plateau, no matter what you want to call it, that is always a textbook place to play. And you can see it's actually very strong against all these teams still liking to go. We just draw a line from Graveyard to Chumacera. Yeah, like every team to the right side of that may have to come into that hill, and sometimes even if they don't want to, it's about going through the open hacienda, and it can be scary as well. It's about when do we transition back to the more central parts. That is going to be the interesting one. And right now we talk about the top right teams as well. We've got Vibes right there, we've got Real Tiger 9, we've got Lusail, and this triangular formation right now across that land. Lusail is definitely having a lot more momentum.
I think Lusail honestly just have the best position inside this zone. Yes, Falcons have a great position in La Coberia, but they're going to have to go down there. They're going to have to give up the position of the high ground, and by that time, maybe teams do take that high ground themselves. So, but Lusail, who have actually, yes, a little bit of a problem, once they do, of course, loot up to Armada and Crucible, then they, guess what, move over towards the rest of Water Treatment Hills. And in the side around Water Treatment, it's going to be so much harder then for all of these teams to make those moves across the open expanse of Death Valley to be able to head into what is, of course, already that high northern phase 1.
Ida from the side of YaLLa Esports. On the outside crawling, that is a little bit weird. Like it could be just, you know, how people get, you know, screwed by the gyroscope or whatnot. They're supposed to get into, you know, I don't know what they're trying to do. Like they go to Picardo, whatnot. It should be easy, right? So early oopsies, I would say, would be the case. And right now still getting saved, and that is great. Great teammate, important for the whole team when it comes to the pacing, and they will be able to still continue this. But we talk about this plateau already, right? Like for a Picardo team right now, I never thought I would call them a Picardo team, but seems like that is the case now. If they have a looting phase slowed down a bit, teams can really just take that hill array, right? And suddenly they need to rotate along that main road and may clash against these other teams coming from the side as well. So it's a bit of a question mark. I think like NASR as well, I always find this split, you know, in Miramar very intriguing. They play these styles that can be scary, like to get support from each other if they feel the early pressure. But this is the thing about them, right? They are so good in playing tactical splits that they just make it work every time.
Albeit, though, when you look towards the rest of his zone, not too concerning, I think, for YaLLa. Yes, they can be caught, and I think that is very avid point, to be fair, but Picado Hill is going to be slowed, right? They're going to have a more difficult game overall because they are slightly behind at times when it comes to their pacing, but because of the fact that the zone is so northern, then you should anticipate teams who want to head in towards the center, who want to head into these power positions, which are further ahead in the high ground, then, well, they will just do that and head past Picado Hills and give YaLLa that space that is required. But then the concern is, Tarzan, then they're moving into the mid game. How do YaLLa navigate around teams who have already established those middle points?
Interesting one, and we need to see. Like, it's about how they want to pace, I guess. Like, sometimes you can still do an awful lot around Picado, but to be fair, we want to move up to the hill. But like you said, it's even further in. But right now, it's about drawing that line from the playing path, guessing where these other teams might be going. That would be the key. And okay, game time. Like, game time, I don't know what game we're going to play, but let's go for some sort of games, like just raw predictions, right? No educated guess would do that too much right now. I just want to know where the next zone is going to center up. Phase 2.
Okay.
Where is the center?
Oasis. Seriously, I want to see it, and if the Zame does not do it,
Phase 2.
We're going to just erase the match 5 as well from your mind. So don't worry, we're just going to erase them all. There's not going to be any memory of anything that happens today. We're going to keep going, Tarzan, until we find a game that we like, and we're going to keep that, and that's going to be the only game. It's going to be front and center. That's all everyone's going to remember. It's going to be the perfect situation for everyone to remember Aces, finally. The one time it ever showed up in competition.
That would make every game after feel empty. Like,
well, of course, there's nothing in your brain.
I mean, it's a bit. How should I say this? I mean, it's unmatched. Like, after us getting that type of experience, it's like me and Imperial. We got the small island finish on Miramar. We're done. We were to no, not really. We had a good catch up yesterday, and sometimes, yes, like these crazy zones. It's not just casting highlights. It's about how rare it is for teams to know that side, and you know what? It's also rare. Early clash, we talked about this side is neutral fight, and that's real target. I'm pulling up with some disadvantage, but Wanda just got out with his little health. But no, they need the support after all.
They do need support. It burns down. A final tick will do it. In Lusail, who look at the split, they looked like they had a beautiful position, but RT9 just snuck in. They took down Wanted. I think that here for RT9, quite frankly, they are the ones in control, despite the fact Lusail started here at the start of the game.
I think that is the thing, right? Like, you are trying to look towards the center, and then the last guy is just trying to catch up. But he didn't remember that he could be against these other teams on the side, and that is Lusail's lack of coordination on that rotation, not thinking about what could happen behind. And RT9 actually now on par in pacing and can turn this into a complete bloodbath in a way. One kill, that's the advantage, but then it will be about who knows this part of the map better as well. Like, after all, this is Lusail's drop.
But look at the positioning. There's 2 on the south side versus 1. This is the advantage to Lusail. They have to take this knock. If they don't take it, you can see it's so difficult to take down. Karayaxi with the Uzi on the spray, but goes way too far up front. Will dodge out the bullets. The punish isn't there. He chases for 3. Lusail give it, and now it's a 1v1 versus Rip. Rip tries to cook the nade onto the front door, but Karayaxi is way too smart for that one. And now with the help of Jigsaw diving in, it's an equal 2v2, and the problem now for Lusail is there's no advantage on the fight. It's only going to be a 2v1 as well on the northern side. Even in the midst of all of that, KURD squad taking a fight of their own, but Kapiaxi is the next to fall inside the kill feed as Lusail finally taken down.
Wow, that is going to be a very, very interesting fight. I mean, the blue zone dust tick is not too painful, but it may make the significant amount of damage. Makes enough difference right there. Rip needs to slow down Caribou, giving away that footstep. Jigsaw is ready to strike. Here comes the nade to pressure. Half HP from that one is, after all, a 1200-meter rotation that they have to make, and the clock is slowly going down.
That tells you it's a Western shift, and it's a Western hard shift, boys, in its 5th game. And Lusail, they feel it. They feel that burn in the blue already. RT9 will try to punish. They go for the peak. They miss the shots. And Jigsaw now gives their position away. They know there is someone there. There's no element of surprise. Rip tries to go for the surprise once more, but it's not going to be against Rip. It's Rip taking him down. And Real Tiger 9, despite how good they looked, they get decimated in this early game. Lusail isn't pretty, but they seem to be on top. And with Salam, he has all been defending and pushing back the rest of the two Tigers members.
I mean, Lusail's just in better condition. Yes, they lost one when they didn't want to. It's about the response coming through, and RT9 got the early kill and feel like it's an opportunity to get more, but then they've just baited themselves into more trouble. And right now, before we know it, those 50 seconds been running out, and now it's go time, and they don't even have any info towards the edge of the next circle. This could be very, very tricky. We talk about this main road leading into some like hills surrounding on both sides, and they may just need to play very, very northern so that they can avoid some of these teams that could have taken the positions away.
We do have the RICO road to escape. That is crucial for them to be able to take themselves to the next phase. But look at their position. Of course, they're on the outskirts of Miramar. The wall is there. You can see that. Well, how now do they get across, as you said, rightly so, with zero information on that second zone? The problem is, yes, RT9 survive for now, but do they survive the next shift? Do they survive even phase 3? Because you're walking in unaware of all of your other 15 squads around you.
Yes, and I mean, we still have the Oasis in. I think it's actually great news for some of these teams, and it seems like Lusail, rotating between them is the side of SUDOR, but on this other side, it will be about the play of splits around power positions. Galaxy Racer got an interesting one. Freak is in a very interesting position. Like, interesting in the sense that even if he stays there, like, where does he bring his car? What is his escape strategy? And of course, they are playing in a more central bit, and La Coberia completely loosening up, and that will be a very interesting shift that I'm waiting for. It's hard to say, but we really, really want a northern one, right? Like, we have not seen such a northern circle for so long.
Yeah.
This is phase 3. We still have some parts of the circle too far out that we can't see. So I'm going to start praying right now. So I'm going to give this over to you. But before saying that, you can still see eastern side. Crazy.
La Coberia, though, we're going back towards the north, rightly so. But I was questioning, Tarzan, if we would see La Coberia, because now comes a situation of all of these locations around the city, though, the high ground. That is what these teams are going to be looking at. And unfortunately for all of those teams who are 1,400 meters out, there are a few of them with these hard shifts. It results in them not going to have the same power, not remotely the same power. I mean, Lusail as well. They're still only walking into more. They lose another member. They almost lost everybody. The zone not quite strong enough to kick them out just yet, thankfully. But where do they go? Because SUDOR complete control over them, but can SUDOR finish his fight up quickly? Can they then move forward? Because we said still the problem is they are so far out, they have the game zero power over the next phase.
I mean, if they go late, there's only the northern approach that is somewhat safer for them. But you know what? It's going to be unknown as well. And this is good time to go. They just need to strike from a different position, a position of which they can still look at the retreat path of Lusail, but also more information slightly towards that center. You can see Galaxy Racer also trying to pop up on that kill feed, and SUDOR is good. This is at least important for them to know where should they avoid later on, and causing some damage where they can. And KURD squad's also in town, so it seems like multiple teams want to just go for white rotation. Northern approach is now the shared idea for many of these teams.
But everyone can't take that approach, Tarzan. They've got to decide, well, who really is the strongest here? Who is the victor of the survival of the fittest in the edge of this eastern skirmish? Does KURD squad do take their vehicle? They take the retreat. They do not want to take the fight because they know with the blue engulfing them in 900 meters out is an absolute no-go. But where do they go? Because that tire is popped, and it is a slow rotation out. I mean, it's better just to walk.
I mean, that is just painful to watch, but also triple vibes ending. They run once again. It's so slow from the side of Al-Asa. It was uncontested. Look at where SUDOR is overtaking them, although they went even more southeastern, I should say. But KURD squad get chased down right here. SUDOR is good so far. They're macro. They can take care of multiple sides. Yes, they are in the blue, but they've got the mentality coming in. And this is not too far. Not so far that they can't come in alive.
But look at the zone. Look at how chaotic it is. Of course, no one wants him to go to the Cabrera because they know that you enter the city. How do you get out? But it goes outside of the city. It goes all the way over to Crater Fields. This is even more chaotic than you could have ever imagined because even now, dips to Crater Fields, the dips out to the north in between the hilltops. That's where it gets so spicy because there is now only really 2-3 power high positions inside Miramar left. Everywhere else is inside a bowl that if you go inside a bowl late game, there is no escaping from.
This is absolute pain for some of these teams. You can see I actually spoke to since SUDOR didn't have the resources to come in with no issues, and that is a problem, I guess. And yes, if you come late, you need to go wide. Sometimes that's just the case, especially after being playing so loud, and now teams need to edge in. And right now, it's going to be Falcons holding a good spot. YaLLa also making something work. Twisted Mind, good position as well. NASR wants to be the king of this just last bits of building still in the faithful circle.
NASR, they are struggling, though, quite frankly, against what is a very scrappy fight with ABIAH. ABIAH also, of course, have lost one, but they got the Mega 3 members, cooked a grenade, throw it in, barely not cooked in time, and I think had they actually chucked that grenade early, Tarzan, you could have probably assumed that the revive would have been stopped, and they could have actually taken out a first. In that situation, it may have been quicker and better just to throw the grenade, even if it hadn't been pre-cooked, just for the pressure of it being there. But now, with NASR, they are back on front with the health bars to take the knock away. It is NASR who control this fight. NASR who are stepping further forward, and ABIAH who are being pushed back. Look at Miracle on the off angle, though we're cutting them down, but choking them away. And Hassan is going for the solo play. Now Miracle comes in to join them. They will burn down inside almost one. There comes now the flush up front. They go in room number one. NASR fall for one trade, but ABIAH gets knocked. There gets a confirmed kill. There comes a second in NASR. They win out on this fight overall. ABIAH, they're trying to run, but inside a K-12.
Man, this is going to be so hard for all these teams just because of the crosses that they have to make. They still got these vehicles, but look at the wall surrounding it, making the escape so predictable. They've been so loud anyway, so that is the problem sometimes edging in. And you see on this other side, though, the resettability is still there on these landscape. Yet to find the kill is RICO Infinity team. And you know what? They missed the opportunity to go slightly further, I believe. This is a huge hillside that they can make work, and where they won't be able to make it in further. For the horses, ABIAH is out at 14.
K-12, they do take the kill away. That's a one kill for one player remaining. It is so difficult for a lot of these teams. Of course, Harford lobby already now reduced to one player, two players. Tarzan, this entire side of the map is broken from the east. There is really nothing left. It's the south that have the strongest positions now, but inside of that KURD squad who came from the east so far, they have now 7 kills. They're only going to take their 8, and all 4 players still alive. You think, is this the same team we just saw with a broken buggy 800 meters from zone?
Man, this is pretty mad. This team pulled out the innovation, they pulled out the new stuff, the creativity came in, the creative juices flowing. They're playing this in a flexible way, in the way that we did not expect, and they are leading the charts. That is pretty good PUBG that we are seeing, but PUBG is always just right as harsh as amazing. This zone continue to shift, and this is RICO Infinity taking this fight. Beautiful nade buff for Don, and they will just wrap this one up. Real Tiger 9 bite more than they could chew.
Blowing up, but tries to make a hard rotation. It's just such a hard game for RT9 here, who have been left inside and outside of the zone. There's so many times it all went wrong with Lusail, but now they have to reset, they have to rethink, because it's down to our final 11 here. And, well, you look towards the rest of KURD squad. Can they continue to push? They look like they could potentially. They have that zone gifted to them as they enter further forward in. Now is the time, though, of who takes those power positions, because in a situation really like RICO and his team here, you're coming down from the high ground, you're entering into the fight of those who control it, but it doesn't even matter. Fit in with a double strikes, just way too good for Cryptics to handle. But Falcons, they take the kills, and they're up to 7.
My god, this is the turn of the table. Falcons work their way through. This is good from them. It's also just Cryptics. They're struggling a little bit to play off what seems to be unfamiliar ground, and that is the key thing right now. For Don did a lot of that work, but look at this crazy new piece of land causing so much damage just naturally to these players who have found themselves a little bit too alienated in this part of the map. Falcons actually stay strong when they actually can't really show too much of map knowledge. Or maybe I'm wrong, maybe they take Likabaria because they are the kings of the north.
Falcons up already to 9. You come back on their screens. It's just another series of kills for this team. 9 kills as well for KURD squad. These are the 2 top squads. In total, they got a full team on board. YaLLa as well, though they would not be stopped as 2. Also having to control that high ground position. It just looks so dire for R8T. They lose out in this position, coming down into the open, but not before another drop to top 2 out back to back. Cryptics as well gone, and now Falcons make the move forward, though Bumper only gonna be a blipped out of existence. YaLLa Esports take their 7th.
That could be just a game-winning position. You can see the ridge line still enough. The covers are there. Just rolling down the hills, there were layers that they can play off, but KURD squad refused to go down, of course. Not even close. 10 kills right now. Full squad up. Can slowly edge the way in, maybe. It's about what happens to the other side that we need to look about. Falcons tried to rotate in, as we see on the minimap. That's Never Alone trying to get an entry knock, and that will be the Overwatch. That is beautiful.
Falcons with the eagle eyes, Tarzan. They are taking a statement when it comes to this game, when it comes to their power on Miramar. Is now YaLLa. They have reset though. They throw in even more, and with the help of now KURD squad, don't forget about the down of a power team here. Wipe away, delete key on Falcons. Is now KURD squad to double digits. YaLLa up to now 8. Falcons put themselves back barely to a double with a revive, but we lost another, and now Yusuf goes on the hunt, goes further forward, and the smokes dissipate. YaLLa taking it, albeit 3 fights at once with KURD squad. NASR on their backs. Yusuf goes in for the 1v2. But can he go further forward? Does he go further forward for the kills? He knows that he can try free fire further into last, but it does not be the case. Instead, he throws in for Damar, finds the first kill. Can he take the second though onto last? He knows the revive is coming. 1 nade, chuck it in. Does he have it? Don't think so. He's gonna have to get dirty. He's gonna have to find it. Yes, he does. There's the second.
Yusuf, he's absolutely cracked in this finals, leading the deep damage shot and just shooting through smokes, just everything unlocked. If there's anything that they missed, they're trying to compensate right here. YaLLa is back, baby, and now we're down to 4 teams. 10 kills for YaLLa, 12 for KURD Squad, and also Twisted Minds, and NASR is just down to 1, essentially a 4v4 plus 2 sneaky solos.
2 sneaky solos, so they might be jumping back in further into the fight, because don't forget about them. Well, maybe we'll just forget about Hassan, because he also will be removed from the equation, down to barely 1 HP. There isn't barely a health bar there, but he does grab it. Now Nassan will also survive, but as the blue zone takes in its phase 6, it's gonna hurt, baby, and it's gonna hurt bad. Is he really ethically? This is, as you say, YaLLa KURD Squad's game.
Wow, this is just not for the light-hearted. You know, this is just actually mad. And you know, Vegas, well done. You know, sometimes that is the little bit of the idea that you need in this type of game, and that is a much needed 12 points to say the least. I wouldn't even be surprised if he can get 1 or 2 more kills, right? Just from that position. Look at the patience there. But you know what? It will be found just by, yeah, okay, that is new. It's just good eyes from Aram. Like, this is the pop-off from both teams. Let's see who's better, but Aram's just too good for now.
KURD Squad to 14, Tarzan. They might just strike a 15, but disaster! Aram slips from his position, and now they have to fire up. They have to find that strength once more, but it's not going to be that happens as now Aram comes back up, but the punish is there. Bolt tries to move further forward, but he gets too knocked. Yusuf is cracked AF Tarzan. He takes through 2. You don't want to stop just yet. It's a 2v3 situation with Powerful now joining the fray, steps up further forward, and they have the zone. This is YaLLa's game to lose. And the rest of J9, the rest of KURD Squad, they know it.
And that is the Kings of the Hills. That is the landscape doing work. They are just too good this game. And now just down to that 1 lip. It has to be a huge throw for YaLLa to do that. Yes, huge throw all the way too far there. But Yusuf is in town. And once again takes the head. And the 2-piece. This guy is cracked.
This guy is King Tarzan. YaLLa, a mega game for them, and they take themselves surely all the way to the top of the leaderboard with Miramar here on the second to last game. My golly gosh, what a match.
The confidence is like off the charts right now. Like, Yusuf knows it as well. Like, he saw it. We've done the stat as what was on the screen. Leading by more than 1,000 damage so far. And with that game, I think he might even be on their road. On his road, I would say, for the MVP of the tournament. We're talking about finals, maybe. Of course, this like is tricky because their place before wasn't as good. But with this amount of lead, he is having a Coops moment, maybe, of the PMPL right here. And let's not forget, like, this is where legends are made. This is where these, like, players are, you know, raised to God level. And Yusuf's playing at the top of the game in his best ability.
He's playing out of his mind, Tarzan is. But check out the leaderboard, 29 points, 14 kills. Just might as well give him to Yusuf, because he might put in the damage onto every single one of them. KURD Squad also, though, look at the kills that Real brings to the table. 15, still 27 points from them. This is, as we said, a tight leaderboard in the bottom half. This is a type of game the KURD Squad really needed, of course, with Falcons as well up there, albeit to be able to get that extra cash money on board.
Wow, I need a bit of a breather after that one. You know, if there's anything that I like about this game in particular, I would say, because I like many of it. It was crazy. My voice needs, you know, everyone to excuse itself because it went just crazy in that one. The KURD Squad and FalconsEsport with the boost in this one, and that is just much needed. You could see palm positions, yes or no, it doesn't matter. It's about executions in these, like, I can't even say it's new piece of ground. It's just not, you know, statistically less likely to have circles ending in. Like Galaxy Racer played off their position, the opposite team got into position quite quick. Doesn't matter. It's about wrapping them up. It's about making the best out of it. This whole page, arguably struggling in this game, but it was those first page. Oh my god, like that was a crazy Miramar game.
Absolutely mega for the rest of YaLLa to step up. And when we look at those overall reactions of the leaderboard, for sure, YaLLa are up there now. For sure, Cryptics, who had that lead, yes, on board, not going to be the case anymore. And as we, of course, head towards our road MVP, you got to hope, you got to think that Yusuf is on there.
Yeah, riding the hype train for sure. And we're going to make a bet. I'm going to say, I feel like mid-game they were a little bit quiet. It's just opportunistic fights towards the end. I'm going to guess 989. Like, just, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't hit 1,000, but he has to be close.
No, I'm gonna guess probably about 1,050, that mark. That's what I'm gonna guess, quite frankly, for him. Also, though, I think to the extent of the rest of KURD squad, though, a mega game for him. Do not disbelieve what they put up in that Game 5 match, because KURD squad, yes, they didn't take the win, Tarzan, but albeit YaLLa being quiet in the early game, guess who wasn't? It was KURD squad with all of those kills.
KURD squad has been the surprise factor. Like, in a way, they have been excelling in these maps where we failed to predict, right? Like, when they couldn't go to their drop spot, they play huge games. One chicken dinner, 1 second place back on Erangel. They couldn't touch that side, right? Right here, this game, once again, goes to really different parts of the map, and they excel actually around with 1,080. And yes, we've seen yourself, we're both a little bit off. Maybe I'm just a little bit closer, but it's about, making it count. They all just found the best time to strike. It's also the unforgiving landscape from that end circle. But that is a question, right? Did these teams know how unforgiving it was without seeing it? That is why the beautiful game of PUBG allows us to keep improving. Pictorial memory, ladies and gentlemen, is not a joke. It's important in predicting how high you can go in this esport.
Oh man, look at how high YaLLa has risen, though. Second place, only 4 points behind Cryptics now. You think Cryptics, okay, maybe we get a lead, Tarzan, but heck no. YaLLa stepped right back up. And with RICO Infinity Team, do not believe and count out Galaxy Racer from this tournament, because they're also there. Fate Esports just slightly behind with the rest. And I think that we are obviously 1-2 games away, 1-2 games falling down for the top still of this leaderboard completely changing. Even if you think that there is a lead starting to open up, it needs to be opened up further, because I do not think that we can determine who wins this tournament. Nowhere near, or even who is close. Because every single time we think that someone has a lead, someone is on top, it just completely flips.
Absolutely. I mean, it's good to compare some stats from last season. Like right now, we can talk about, the amount of points that they get per day. What Galaxy Racer did last season, or should I say that then, Guns Esports roster is averaging 81.7 points per day. That is an absolute nuts figure. Like right here, no team can be like really matching that one for now. As you can see, some of these teams still yet to pass 80 points, and we are almost done with this second day. But so that really sets a bar to what domination means. Of course, every season is different, but right here it's about Galaxy Racer taking their grounds back. Today ain't too bad, to be fair. Like 1 chicken dinner, 1 game being quite close, but it's the 4 in Miramar. I've almost forgotten a dominant play from them from this map, and that is borderline a little bit heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking indeed, because they have been able to put up that same performance, but it all comes through in that first day of games. They for sure stepped up. They need to step up once more, though of course Galaxy Racer, who will be taking 1 chicken dinner when it comes to this map. See if they can take it again. Sanhok is a final match for today. We'll see you there. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia Finals. Of course, the final game of day 2 here. Myself, I will and Best Tarzan along with you. And for once more, our beautiful sponsor of the Renault 6 series, upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Opera Renault 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2021 season. Tarzan, it comes down to this though, with the leaderboard so tight between these top teams, who's going to be leading it by the end of the second day?
Wow, it's a huge thing to really guess. It's going to be quite hard. I mean, playing path, I know it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to choose YaLLa just because I want them to make a break from this boot camp. They can use that win earlier to see whether they can play a more decisive rotation, etc. And this is the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And nothing crazy right here. I think even for the Northwest Island teams, this should be no problem. One small question mark will be around Lakawi. I think NASR may want to adjust, and actually they have.
Adjust, they have, yes, but will it work out to success? That's the problem, right? Yes, you are trying to change it up, but so does the zone. It goes towards now all 3 islands, and this is the way it gets a little bit dicey, quite frankly, because if it gets go to yes, the main island, it could be tricky, but at least you know which island is sticking on, whereas this situation, now it might be best to play more stereotypically here inside Sanhok and actually just go ahead and those bridges.
Yes. And I think that is important. That is important for a team like Real Tiger 9, who played around that segment previously pretty well. So it's now for them to think how to use their best strength, right? But of course, we also have, this type of island, like you said, is really pushing these players towards trifecta and bridges and rivers. That's where we can see some early action coming through, because honestly, that is where you don't want to be stuck around, but it's still phase 1, that's the thing. So although these thinking are extremely important, it's also key to make sure that you have a plan B, to know that it may not just go there, it can still go for some crazy hardships. And we talk about adaptation time and time again. Twisted Mind go even further towards the eastern part this time around, and Triple Vibes, instead of taking those coastal compounds close to the heart and bridge on that main island, went for Kampong.
I'm just going to state it right now and I throw the game out the window because I just want to predict it anyways and actually save it. Quite frankly, that boot camp coastal line towards the west of boot camp itself, looking pretty juicy, Tarzan, when it comes to a position to hold out of the looting phase. Because then you're also, of course, looking at, well, it is 3 islands. You want to have that plan B. It doesn't get better than camping out the coastal line where teams, of course, are going to want to try cross from in towards you if the zone shifts to you, but also that escape strategy. If it goes away, you can definitely rotate back through to one of those smaller islands.
Agreed. Like, that is, you know what? I feel like sometimes we just learn from each other doing these, right? I can almost hear myself in the words that you say, and that is kind of both. Yeah. It can be creepy, and it can also be extremely sweet.
I am
right? And so I love it, and this is what we are building up for, right? Like, this game into a huge question mark for tomorrow, and we talk about like the power of last games, right? Like, you get to rest after this, whether you go with a sense of grief or anticipatory grief, maybe knowing that, okay, if we can't bounce after this, it's GG, right? Or you go with a little bit of the hype that can lead you through more motivation to prepare for tomorrow. That is where we really need to know, like, where these differences come through. And of course, Neo drop for Triple Vibes not having a good day, of course, and not even having a good tournament in a way. And I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but it's actually not too bad, like, for a team that just come in, because some of these teams been in the region for so long. So newcomers to come in is actually just great training ground and great learning opportunity.
And of course, to take away Rad, to take away Size, to take away RTG, who are all real top performers in the region, they actually make finals. Yes, it wasn't pretty. Yes, it wasn't clean, the way they made finals, but they're here. They're in 12th position and not actually at the bottom. They've even taken, of course, a chicken dinner away to Tarzan. So today has been, yes, a fluctuant day, but they've been able still nevertheless to find some success, and it's been more success than they found yesterday by far. However, it is clearly all down to really, I think, these top 8 contenders, because that's where the points really do lie. That's where the opportunities lie to qualify for the next stage up.
And you know what, like, we were talking about maybe all these broadcasts, and of course, we've got a great like media team making these thumbnails, right? For today's broadcast, it says, "Can the king return to his throne?" And that's the exact question, right? And we want to find out from this map, because Galaxy Racer, the past 2 Sanhok matches, they've been doing decently, right? It's about working through from that cave side. This time, is not quite the plan to make, because like cave is really right on that edge on the southeastern side, so it's about forming a different game plan once again. So still a huge question mark, but that has a huge catch, like that the ring to that line, can the king return to his throne? And yeah, it's probably what all of us have been asking. You know, we can see streams been asking similar questions as well, like, are they back, we don't know, but there are certain things that they can do to give us the confidence.
They have been putting up a performance more so than they did yesterday, though, Tars, and they're going to have to do so once more, because, of course, with that last game, though, YaLLa, I think the kings of kings when it comes to the Arabian region have really stepped up when it came to this Season 2 finals. I mean, YaLLa were a thing of the past. They were prehistoric in Season 1. They looked a little bit like that when it came through for the league stage, but now they look like an entirely reformed, renewed, revolutionized team.
Man, like, it's true. Like, this is what I love about this region, is the competitiveness. You can see, other than maybe occasionally 1 or 2 teams that seems to have given up, the rest just always have some sort of surprise factor. And Lusail as a team that came in here like with the ability to wrap games up is actually a huge sign. It's very, very important. We talked about the issue before the broadcast yesterday as well. They are a little bit of the all or nothing team, which can be changed. Like, it's quite easy. It's about some training in maybe the psychology of, you know, tough situations, to not go into tunneling thinking, okay, this is going to go bad. Like, that is just extremely important. Yes, I'm not making things up, by the way, guys. I mean, I've had the pleasure to work with players, and it's really what they say in these moments that make things very, very different. Like, one line that I use when coaching was, give info and not reaction. And sometimes you go back to these vaults or whatnot, a team speak, people just like they swear a little bit or whatnot. It's all natural in a passionate gamer. But when you focus on that so much that you're not giving info on who have you knocked or something like that, you can cause serious trouble to the rest of your team. So that is why we have set that bar high and we talk about these things, because if you don't guard that line for your mental state, then you are an emotional dead weight, which is also just a dead weight for your whole team. That is something that is very, very key. So this is why we love interviews or whatnot, look into these deeper storylines of players, because it can really predict the performance of them.
Now, though, down towards what is my favorite rotation, Tarzan, KURD, but take the boats. I wanted to see it. I have been waiting all competition to watch a team boat 8 round into these zones, and finally, my hunger has been satisfied.
I mean, yes, wide rotations with boats, very, very nice. Boatations, we haven't seen much, to be fair, so you are right about that. And right now, this squad as well. KURD squad is the one to call, and I think that is a tricky thing, right? Like, shooting pre-circle shift, when it's hard to get a confirmation, should we even try? But I mean, they've been on point, of course, so the confidence would push them towards shooting there, and we have the phase to still not quite conclusive, but definitely more skewed towards that main island. So boot camp, so you predicted that right as well. Boot camp and this coastal line is where they can maybe find some kills, and because it's just where teams may need to come in, like, and the swim could be the plan B that they need to keep at the back of their minds, and it will be about crossing right now. And think about Galaxy Race already tanking the zone. They've moved into these tough circles before, heavily relying on those vehicles and transition into phase 4 and 5. There are more ways to play this, and and they know it, right? So I want to see them do it and then come back tomorrow even stronger so that we can see the Kings to return to the throne.
All on YaLLa, though, because YaLLa, who control boot camp, this is practically gifted to them in phase 2. If it stays with them, definite 100% presence, Christmas come early. But YaLLa, they also need to be aware of this, right? Because if you are in the sort of inside the most delicious compound ever, it is like giving bars of chocolates, enticing them with bars of chocolates, all of these other 15 teams around to you.
Yeah, I mean, the problem about bootcamp right now is you probably don't want to play within the compounds. Like, teams can really take you down if they got controls of the surrounding hills. So you maybe want to play the hills, but it's fine if you want to play inside. You need to know how to play stealthy. You need to have a very good split, and then you can need to cover the multiple angles, knowing when to strike, when to move out, and all that. That will be the most important. If they can actually bait like 4 teams into between 2 or 3 players and strike at the same time, that's how you play hard cover in the stealthy way. Like, otherwise, just don't play loud. Like, if you play loud, GG's. Like, people will really punish you. And you know what, like, without any more creative ways to say this, is real Tiger 9 in this position, and nothing new really. And bootcamp here want to look down and the rest control this, and this is, we're back to the very textbook ways, or really, should I say, the comfort of some of these teams, staying in, taking these spots. And sometimes it's a good time to bring them back because everyone's maybe been pushed away from their usual norm. That coming back could actually be a surprise for these other teams.
The bounce back, particularly of KURD, right? In the last game alone, you're now looking eyes on KURD. Can they make that repeat happen? I think also to the extent of Lusail as well, who you said, well, yes, have been stepping up. Keep in mind, Lusail are a new team. Yeah, they have been inside consistently this first half of the leaderboard, inside the top 8, pretty much the entirety of finals, Tarzan. They have not dropped out of it. And yes, they are not at the top of it, but they still have a good shot, maybe not making first, of course, but at least definitely coming in for qualification, which would be insane for their first bout.
Yes, that is going to be tricky for them now, because this is the problem, though. I haven't seen them had huge games on Sanhok. Is it because of their drop? Right, like, it's that type of drop where if you get blessed by the circle around these hills that they are holding on Northwest Island, it's hard to find the best split, right? And traveling between these players are very hard. We talk about support plus split. You can't split the two things, otherwise you cannot justify a split. And then, but then if you go to that island, things like this can happen very often, and then teams can just choke you off. Like, you can be forced to swim, then they spray you down, play bridge, easy camp. And right now this is the test, and Galaxy Racer just, I mean, this is tricky. We had similar things in the past where they can rotate through cave, take the eastern approach into Barn Hill, then back in. But that rotation route is extremely far, and the choke spots around the side that they're close to are just too abundant in a way. So I don't know, like, I want to believe, and you know what, if they can use their older ways, the older tricks of breaking through like the side of any side circle when it comes to edge play, then they can clear. Right, but they have not shown the interest in doing that recently, until they absolutely have to.
I mean, these teams, Edge looks really desirable, quite frankly, when it comes to this 6th game, because now, when you look at a position like this, all of that eastern side, Tarzan, is very open, and I hope and pray that teams like ABIAH, they're going to champ and stand their way through into those eastern side compounds, because they are very much inside the zone. Yes, they are not the most beautiful positions, but they are still Team 3 positions, which is rare when it comes to Western side. As you can see, unfortunately, SUDOR and RT9 have found that the hard way, and RT9 clap back 1-for-1 trade, but you have to reload to get caught in the animation standing up, and SUDOR, they put you straight back down. The second confirmed away, taking a third already. One straight on back, though, however, and it's all now up on the front lines to Ashmari. Zeko, however, is on the retreat, does not want to take the fight. The revives come through, it's 3 kills.
Ah, my eye. That is the side of Real Tiger 9 failing to reset up and make the best use of their position. You had one job. You just need to clear that side and just maybe keep one to look at the other side of the circle. You don't have to all just go into there. Sometimes it's best to stay out a little bit to get the best angles to be most effective in eliminating your enemies. That was not what they've done. And they just fall like dominoes. Zeko is the last one standing. That was a textbook played poorly by this team.
It sucks. It really sucks because we know that RT9 are one of those teams, Taz, and if you give them that push, then they can really take the victory. But it's just not seemingly going to be the case. It's not seemingly going to be the case. Really anything beautiful through from Lusail because they realistically needed to rotate up towards Hattin, across the river, using the rock there inside the water to give themselves cover through from Cryptics. Because they took so long, of course, in that rotation, they waited for that entire next shift. They were not in the position to make that move. And again, that is a problem now, because Lusail, they can't get across the bridge. Even though Cryptics walk away, they seem to want to actually go back towards another coastal line where actually all the players are definitely going to be.
Man, and this shift as well. Go to this side with the central combat KURD squad already holding it, can still play cliffside, and this is my concern for a team like Galaxy Racer playing this style. Yes, you want to transition into a center crash. Where do you bloody crash? Like, you can't be a latecomer in this, and that is them also losing the opportunity on clearing some of these teams early on by taking proactive moves. It's a very linear type of game plan that should not really worked like to his best level. And you know what, Zeko is trying to do something as a solo, and he delivered decently. But you know what, SUDOR is now back in with the prize of one player. That will be them taking out the first team of this last game of day 2.
But now how does SUDOR get inside the zone, Tarzan? Because they are not there yet, and neither are YaLLa. That is the shocker to me. YaLLa, who have been so reliant on the zone with such a big game coming through from the last match. Albeit SUDOR taking up now a 4th kill, can't get the 5th, that nade claps it in, and unfortunately it just looks a little bit all wrong. Is a second falls, and SUDOR completely out. That is the answer. It is a zilch coming through of hope from the rest of them, and now NASR are in a little bout of trouble themselves. And from one team to the next, Lusail will fall, but maybe NASR next is triple iKURD. They are already taking now the next series of fights, but they can't find the kills. That is a difference maker here. Unlike SUDOR, NASR, they're together. They have the rocks there for protection.
Man, and it's a good spot to play off. It's just about getting out later on, so they need to pray very dearly, and they almost just need that one car to just get them some openings and options. And right now is about KURD squad holding this hill. We know it's strong. The trap is set, and they strikes with 1 and the second.
Oh, but a nade straight in from Galaxy Racer. They find the sound cues correctly, unknowing. He is unaware of that one. ABIAH already now broken by KURD squad. This is a clean entrance. Seriously, you gotta think for Galaxy Racer, but Raduf gets knocked in a 1v1 versus. Well, it is all over to Hamodi. He is the last one on the front lines. Lord and Outbreak join up. They're not playing as a team. This is a mistake, Galaxy Racer. They need to stick together. They did not do this in the past, but now they come together. The strength is here, and they make the next knock. Then they will not find, though, the confirm through onto the rest of that earlier confirmed knock onto ABIAH, albeit they are down to one player. And now ABIAH in some serious trouble with nades coming in, 3 revives required.
Man, it's about the transition into almost heal strat, always in the back pocket needed, because phase 5 is going to hurt and is now coming in. Both teams just need vehicles or whatnot, and they need to just have that plan. Raouf, they took that long that he's got no first aids. It's about just run and gun. I wonder whether they have a little bit of formation coming in. Lords finds the shots, and this is what they excel at. Just run and gun, there's no problem. They are bound to get some points this way.
The Cryptics are getting points over R8T. Look at them fall. Prestigo's the only one alive. He does take one, steals it away. That's it, boy. Prestigo takes his pickings from Falcons, and now Cryptics, albeit gonna take the final one, and Falcons out. But now we turn our attention to one solo player inside the compound, the only compound, and there's a zone already shifting next. Galaxy Razor inside the blue, desperate against what is only going to be their death. A gift over to Cryptics, and it should be the extension of their lead.
Is also YaLLa as well, playing that big pool. That could be a huge one, but you can see Galaxy Racer with the pacing is not going to be easy. Lave does lose his life though, but Galaxy Racer down to that heal strat very early on. That transition is just very so important. I wonder how many first aids they've got, because they've spent so long tanking, but there's no problem. Maybe it's the battle between YaLLa and Cryptics ideally. It's not just in this game, it's in this finals. It could be the propel of the new kings of the Arabian region.
But it's also the placement points. Look, 3 teams tanking blue as solo players, Tarzan. They're all hoping they're trying the same strat as game number 3, but deja vu, will it be the case? NASR already dropping down 1, going down to short list of players themselves, down to only the solos. Batika has to play for everything. The zone comes up, it will be another one falling. Should he barely get in behind the rock in time? NASR, how is he still alive?
And that is just good movement coming through, but here comes the trade. All 3 behind one rock. I don't know how well that would work, but that is the joint power of those brothers as well. Only 3 teams in that circle. And look at the tank coming through. Some of them, they are still outside. I think that might be Galaxy Racers still in this game.
Galaxy Racer, they are trying their best, but I don't think so anymore. They're gone, and there also goes iKURD triple. They will be the last remaining survivor to healing, and now also inside the center. It comes next, the zone engulfing YaLLa, engulfing Galaxy Racer. Yes, actually, I'm mistaken. Tarzan, Galaxy Racer are still alive. This is huge, but points either way. A double nade. Cryptics, hello, lazy boy. He is putting everyone into the pillow, and he's smothering them. Shut! Cryptics! Choke their life out of twisted minds! My goodness gracious, have mercy!
It's YaLLa! It's YaLLa in town. Here comes the juicy third party. It's now or never. If there's anything, the tanker and healer might just actually win this one. Here comes a nade, and that is the finish onto Cryptics.
Cryptics are out! YaLLa stealing 9 kills! Twisted, they're barely alive, but they go down 1!
No
1-for-1 trade! Kato barely alive, but it's not enough! YaLLa, they sealed the deal! This is their chicken dinner! 11 kills! 2 games in a row! Galaxy Racer, they sneak away a 2nd place, and Freak, how long is he gonna really last? And how confused are YaLLa gonna be?
But that is the important thing of knowing the heal strat. That is what you have to do. Sometimes circle are so far that you just practically have no way to win. And that is the making it count. It's great. It's 16 points in their pocket. But comparing to the 26 of YaLLa that they will take, that boost them all the way to the first spot, that is a different taste of a chicken dinner.
A huge game for YaLLa. And YaLLa, who got the double chicken dinners, Tarzan, in the first 2 games, back-to-back to close out day 2. Fat damage, fat number of kills. They are looking at full. They are not famished anymore.
Wow. Wow, I have no words. Like now that I think about all the numbers crunching that I've done, like in those previous stages of the tournament, they were literally at the bottom when we look at all these teams that played all games, and they even missed one game. So it's like, what are you doing playing PMPL, missing a game as well? Like, where is like all your just key organizational things? But that is all now like out of the window. They are leading that chart, and it's strength through this whole day. There's nothing to practically worry about talking about the curve going up and down. It's about finding the right mindset, copy that over to tomorrow, start well and repeat, continue, continue. That is a great news. I believe that the whole organization with the fans has been ecstatic.
It has been immense second day here, Tarzan, for all of these teams. But YaLLa, in his last two games, have come up clutch on a 29-pointer, as you predicted, 14 kill points for them in total. And of course, KURD squad going to end up saying, actually, no, I lied. This is my mistake.
The
this
game
is the
before.
fifth game. So we got a little bit of a
Yes.
mistake here. It's going to be 11 kills, but still, it feels the same because, yeah, they are on top, of course, but it's going to be a 26-point game through from YaLLa instead. And, of course, the rest of Galaxy Racer, they are on second, do not be fooled. So they will also climb up on the leaderboard. They are there as well. But when you look also to the rest of this leaderboard, the overall standings, we can predict it a little bit here while we improve. And I think that, honestly, also towards the rest of Fate, RICO Infinity team, who have slipped, I think, give now way to the rest of these other 6th, 7th, 8th position teams, Tarzan, who were worried about getting the position, is up for the pickings now.
Yeah, with the top table, you exactly said the right thing there. If there's any team that is looking like they are going back to the old shape that we don't want them to, it might be Fate Esports. It's not just this game that we're talking about. We're talking overall standing. They just is unparalleled. Like the amount of strength that YaLLa Esports and Cryptics are showing compared to these like OG strong squads. Like RICO Infinity, yes, we'll give them one that. We'll always also give it to Galaxy Racer. Yes, it's not like clean like before, but they're able to get some points here and there, and they've made some choices that still got them some important points now into, I believe, top 5 right now. But it's about Fate that has lost a good lead that they had from yesterday.
It's a mega dip when it comes to that lead. Of course, even if you recap the 5th match here, 2 points they got there. They also did not perform well when it came to that 6th and final game too. So then the concern really is, Tarzan, can they bounce back in this third day? How is the psychological feeling coming through from the team? What is it like if you are a Fate member?
Wow, this is tough. I mean, if there's anything that I'm going to quote, one, I need to see how many players of that roster shared that bounce back in season 1. Quote themselves back to the day that they bounced. Quote themselves in how they came in and become, a household name, and then apply it to just like right now. It's not even too far. They're not at like bottom place. They are doing fine. It's about knowing how to not add that pressure on. Sometimes this is a very good way to maybe explain it. You really can't ask someone to relax by just saying, relax, just relax, just relax. It doesn't work. It's about, the pacing of the mentality coming in as well. Who can say those magical words that can cause that magical game? And this one, of course, I believe is also from the game before.
Yeah.
But KURD Squad and it's a little bit different, the game that they played now, but they have delivered enough, I would say, for us to remember them to be the team of surprise.
Yeah, I think that it's all about those dark horses, right, who maybe don't win, but what they do is they take out those top teams, they make the upset happen, and that's something that, particularly coming into the final day, is something we have to always expect and look out for, because even if there is a team that, well, hey, they say we've got now nothing to lose, we're probably definitely not making it to the top 5, we can still push some of those teams who are in there outside of that bubble.
Yep, definitely. And right now, I can't imagine being these teams, right? Is it food time? It's probably food time, then VOD review straight straight away. And tomorrow is more work to do. But yes, we don't want to overload our circuits. And sometimes even as casters, we understand that, right? We're trying to improve on certain things, we want to talk about certain bits. But when you have too many that you want to say, you just get your tongue tied. Right. And right now, this is what we want to see. These are the final. Yes, it's correct. That 12 matches. Yes, we are up to date, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Ooh, the lead. The lead. 34-point lead between Cryptics and the next big team. And YaLLa will have 4 points above that. And we talk about amount of points that teams can get per day. Fate got 27 this past day. So if they want to make it to the top, they don't only need to outdo themselves, they need to take some of these top teams down so that they can climb.
It's ridiculous to me that actually Fate, who started out practically already still in the top 8 after 12 matches, if you counted out their points, just a couple behind, and now they're only in, 5th position, considering how high they could have really soared, and now giving way to YaLLa, who it looks like we're back at the beginning of the tournament where YaLLa were on top. They are definitely resurging back to something crazy. But when you look towards also crazy, is to me actually Twisted Minds, who, albeit quietly, have actually been tiptoeing their way into that top 8, because they also were really struggling yesterday but had put in the points today.
Yeah, but you know what? I want to point out some more stats, right? Galaxy Racer. Now, 120 points. They got 43 yesterday, which means they got themselves 77 points today. That is actually insane.
Yeah.
That is very good. And I mean, they used to average 82 points, we say, like from the previous finals last season. But that is every day. So right now, they are not quite at that same level yet, but they are slowly going back. But to our surprise, we should say, if we look at where those points came in, of course, you don't see it on the screen anymore. Let me quote it one more time. From that 120 points, Galaxy Racer got 74 placement points and 46 kill points. That is why we've been a little bit of a, question mark sign all over our heads. That is all kind of the opposite to how they used to play. There is something that they may be setting themselves up for, but that is no excuse, right? Like, we don't get the reset. There's not league stage of any of those previous weeks. This is where every single one counts, and they know that they are top squad. And if they just fall down by a bit, top of the table, that's where you can, lose quite a fair chunk of prize money as well. Like, they are the team that was created initially to win. They've won, they've trained and improved, and they are waiting to dominate. So this is something that that's worth all of us to think about when it comes to breakdowns of points, ratios, and what that means.
It's still waiting, though, Tarzan, for that 40-point ridiculous game we saw from taking Erangel in Season 1. I am waiting for Galaxy Race to step up once again on that one. But YaLLa, they have stepped up, albeit major today. And if they can keep this up, they will skyrocket through into the next league. Honestly, though, quite frankly, I am very, very excited for not only who takes the first spot, but for who takes in between that third, that fourth, that 5th position, Tarzan, because that is where the lock-ins really get scared. That's where the leaderboard isn't so confirmed. That is where those teams really have to look forward to, is we will see you guys, Tarzan, and also Span Cargo tomorrow. And also, before I go, a big thanks, because I always do it, it's tradition, to Terry, of course, our producer, and also Diana, who was our producer at the start. Heads up to all of those people.
DJ this.